Oh, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I was just doing some light reading. Anyways, 2 years, 2 months, and 7 days ago, I uploaded the MapleStory video, which for one feels like a hell of a lot longer than that looking at this image. But regardless, that video was itself uploaded 2 years, 2 months, and 7 days after I decided to make a brand new character, with the goal of finally beating the Black Mage's story mode. I'd been playing the game on and off for over a decade at that point, and I set out to find closure for the story I'd been following all those years so I could finally quit and move on to other games. The point of that video being to document my journey, the trials and tribulations I went through along the way, and the trials and tribulations the game went through as well. Now, there was a point in that video where I said the following.
There's a ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous amount of cut content from this video. And, well, the main reason for that is because if I talked about everything I wanted in the level of detail I wanted, this video would be 7 hours long.
And while my original plan for this video was to go over all that cut content, as the years have passed, I've realized what I really want to talk about is the collection of topics which ultimately led to me dropping the game, and the collection of topics which ultimately changed that. Though, before we get started, I want to preface 2 things. 1, I almost exclusively play in Reboot, or Heroic. So unless I explicitly state otherwise, everything I say does not apply to regular servers, or interactive. I'm also going to be using those terms interchangeably. And 2, technically this video is a follow-up to my original MapleStory video, but I'm not gonna ask you to go watch that because while it does hold a special place in my heart, it's not the best piece of content I've put out. However, I also don't want to spend several hours going over the exact same topics I discussed last time, so if there's something I haven't adequately explained, I'm going to put a pop-up in the top right of the screen giving a brief summary, like so. Now, after releasing the MapleStory video, I quit the game, as I said I would, or, well, kind of. Flat out, quitting is never really how it goes with this game. But at the very least, I'd already barely played throughout 2022. Most of the time I was on the game that year was spent getting clips. So I did come back for the Ignition update at the end of that year. And somewhat poetically, I burned out hard. I didn't touch the game for nearly 1.5 years. Why did that happen? Well, to explain, let me first give you one of my ideas for a quality of life addition to the game. If you play a lot of Maple, I'm sure you're familiar with how unbelievably messy your inventory gets after you finish a set of bosses. But if you don't, here's what my character's inventory looks like before and after finishing my weekly bosses. That's just one of the tabs, by the way, and there is no simple, convenient way to clean all of this up. It's optimal to extract equipment drops as you get more money from the materials than you do flat out selling them to a shop, but that requires you to go to Ardent Mill, pop open the profession menu, and extract them 10 at a time, taking care not to accidentally extract any of the items you actually need until your equipment tab is empty, other than the items which can't be extracted, which you need to drop one by one manually. Now, if that sounds both wasteful and annoying, then you could sell those items, which is a bit more work, but does make things much faster. Except for the items that can't be sold either, which you have to drop one by one manually. Now, chances are this won't be too much of an issue on your main because most items are either sellable or extractable, but chances are you also run a couple boss mules. And are you gonna get alchemy to level 6 to extract all these unsellable items on all of them? No, you're gonna throw them out one by one manually. You'll also find that your use item tab has been flooded with recipes, 99% of which you will never use, 1% of which are incredibly strong, all of which share icons, so you've got to fish through them to make sure you get the WAPs, EAPs, and Demo shields before you clear them out. Finally, you've got to make sure you get rid of all the miscellaneous junk, filling up your etc. tab after you sell your boss crystals. As you might expect, this process is exactly as annoying as it sounds, but is also largely unavoidable as you need those slots open for the items you actually want. Thus, my idea is to create an auto-extract, auto-sell, auto-trash feature, where you are able to create a list of items, which, upon picking any of them up, it will be automatically extracted. If it can't be extracted, it will instead be sold, and if it can't be sold, it will instead be thrown out. Not a bad idea, right? Well, unfortunately, there is one major flaw. With the current precedent, it wouldn't be added as a plain old quality of life feature. It would be added as a pay-for-convenience feature to the cash shop. What precedent might I be referring to? Vac pets and pet skills. Now, I am of the opinion that pay-for-convenience mechanics are just as bad, if not worse, than pay-to-win mechanics. For starters, because pay-for-convenience is pay-to-win. If it saves you time or helps you get more resources, that's more time and resources you have to put towards other things, which helps you progress faster. Or in other words, you're still paying for power, just indirectly. In fact, quick tangent, why are there so many people who try to dance around stuff like vac pets being pay to win? Seriously, you're trying to tell me this paid for item that increases your farming rates by 10% or more, depending on the map, isn't pay to win? I get that most people who bought a vac pet don't care about this at all, and probably would have done so anyway, even if increased your rates by 0%, but at the end of the day, increasing your rates is a thing that it does. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have this impression that if something's pay to win, then it's automatically unforgivably bad. And so they do all these weird mental gymnastics where they say stuff like, oh, it's not pay to win, it's pay to progress. When no, it's absolutely possible for a game to have an acceptable amount of pay to win and still be fun, and if vac pets fall within your range of acceptable, that's completely fine. As for me, however, while I do think more direct pay to win mechanics are still generally terrible for games, they do not necessarily make a game significantly less fun to play, whereas pay-for-convenience features such as vac pets almost always do. See, MapleStory's default pet looting is terrible, okay? It's so bad. If my visceral hatred for farming wasn't already preventing me from grinding, then having to pause my rotations every couple minutes to meticulously scour every platform on the map to make sure I pick up all the drops before they despawn certainly would. And Nexon, in their brilliance, recognized how inconvenient and annoying loot cycles were, and so they implemented a solution. Vac pets, which vacuum up all item drops in a large area rather than having to walk directly over them. And they put it behind a $100 paywall with a $14 a month subscription required to keep it active after the first 3 months. Vac pets are largely a convenience feature. Yes, they marginally increase your rates, but the main reason people like them and want to buy them is because they make farming less annoying. Now, if the vacuum effect was added to the game as the default looting for all pets, that would make the game more enjoyable. Period. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts here. If all pets looted like this instead of like this, it would make the game more enjoyable for everyone. However, because Nexon has now sold vac pets for money, chances are that's never going to happen. Which means, unless I buy vac pets as well, I have to deal with this insufferable, antiquated, dilapidated pet looting system forever. In games that feature more explicit pay-to-win features, sure, the grind might be unnecessarily extended to try and encourage paying to jump ahead, and if that gets too egregious, that can absolutely make a game less fun to play. But at the same time, if FromSoft added a feature to Dark Souls 3 where you could pay $5 to get a sword that one-shots Gale, so what? I mean, yeah, it would be unbelievably stupid, almost as stupid as anyone who'd buy it, but it wouldn't change the fact that Slave Knight Gale is the best boss in any game, okay? I'd still have an absolute blast brawling with him for hours. Like I said, pay-to-win mechanics do not necessarily make a game significantly less fun to play because their existence does not inherently alter the core systems of the game if you choose not to pay, and why would I pay to skip content if I'm having fun? On the other hand, the mere existence of pay-for-convenience features such as vac pets almost always make the gameplay experience worse because you have to deal with annoying, antiquated systems that are deliberately left in that state to push you towards buying said convenience features. And not only that, but going forward, the developers now have a financial incentive to make the game annoying and inconvenient, unless you pay for convenience features such as vac pets to solve the problems they intentionally created, which is exactly what we've seen with the insufferable mess that is trying to loot in Grandis without a vac pet, and the angler company Epic Dungeon looking annoying as all hell. You can pay to autocomplete it. Do you really think that was just a coincidence? No. That was by design. They set the precedent for it with the Arcane River Fast Pass, and clearly it worked, because otherwise they wouldn't have added this. And if people pay for this too, then next time it'll be even worse. How do I know this? Because it's exactly what Nexon's been doing for the last 15 years. Lots of people beginning to find travel highly inconvenient as new areas are added and the game shifts in focus to daily, weekly content. Start selling the Hyper Teleport Rock. Losing EXP on death being an utterly disrespectful mechanic, given the loss can easily equate to hours of grinding at the higher levels. Start selling safety charms. And let the peasants buy single-use ones with a time limit for misos, but put the permanent, reusable ones in the cash shop. And do the same thing for buff freezers. Actually, scratch that. Don't even add a permanent freezer to the cash shop. If people want a permanent solution to losing all their buffs if they die while fighting a boss, make them roll for a battle roid. 0.08% chance from a literal slot machine, by the way. And you know what? Let's do the same thing for a whole ass equipment piece. Lock the permanent second pendant slot behind one of the other slot machines. I couldn't find any official documentation on the rates, but community estimates put it at 0.01%. And let's put a permanent hyper teleport rock in there at a 0.04% chance while we're at it. In fact, remember what I said about how there's no simple, convenient way to clean up your inventory after bossing? Yeah, sorry, but it turns out that was cap, because the pet ignore skill allows you to block your pet from looting up to 10 items of your choosing for up to 30 items across your 3 pets, meaning you can ignore all the useless recipes, miscellaneous junk, and unsellable, unextractable filler garbage. You'll still have to head to Ardent Mill to extract the good stuff for Philo stones, but compared to having to do all that, it's so much better. Point being, vac pets were the most egregious example of a canary in coal's mine that I should not expect massive quality of life upgrades to be added to the game for everyone, to make the game better for everyone, but for them to instead be put behind a paywall. And you know what? To be perfectly honest, I don't even care about vac pets. Like, for real. If Nexon heard my complaints and in response put 3 permanent vac pets into my inventory, would I cry tears of joy as I began farming 3 WAPs a day? No, because I hate farming anyway. My problem with vac pets was not the pets themselves, but rather the precedent they set for how other major quality of life upgrades would be added to the game. Because even if I don't care about vac pets, I do care about an auto-extract feature, and the precedent set by vac pets is that it, and several of the other large QOL improvements I'd like to see in future, would not be directly added to the game, but instead implemented as a paid-for pet skill, or a premium Android feature, or be put behind some other form of paywall. And yeah, I get Nexon's a business, okay? At the end of the day, they gotta make money. And to be perfectly honest, 1 or 2 features like this really isn't a big deal. But there's already a hell of a lot more than 1 or 2 in the game already, and at some point you have to ask where does this end? Oh yes, I pay $100 for my vac pet, and I pay $14 a month to keep it active, and then I paid $90 buying 8 different super convenient pet skills for my other pets, and then I also have this crazy android that does this and this and that and that. Like, why would I ever want to play a game that puts 50 sets of ankle weights on me the moment I walk in the door and then tries charging me to take them off? That's why vac pets made me want to quit the game, because they indicated to me that Nexon was absolutely willing to leave annoying, insufferable, antiquated systems completely untouched, even ones that are at the core of the game, that everyone has to do constantly, all to try and get me to pay to make things more convenient. Now, I've read a lot of discourse surrounding vac pets and pay-to-win features like it, and something that always comes up in response to complaints regarding this sort of monetization is, oh, Nexon's a business, they need the money. Which, yeah, I get that, but at the same time, here's something to consider. As I said before, if I'm having fun playing a game, why would I pay to skip content? However, is the flip side of that, oh, well, if I'm not having fun playing a game, I'm gonna pull out my credit card to make things less miserable? No, I'm just gonna go play something else, which means 0 money from me. Though I'd like to make note that most players didn't actually seem to mind vac pets that much. Sure, they certainly weren't happy about the price, but other than that, people overall seemed to be accepting of its implementation. There was, however, one event which ran during the Ignition update that actually seemed to piss people off. At the beginning of the event, a group of people would introduce themselves as the Clover Guild, who were collecting clovers by any means necessary. For the duration of the event, you would find clovers as you hunted monsters and could use these clovers to buy valuable items from the Clover store. From nodes and EXP nodes to growth potions and flames, a lot of the stuff they had on offer was genuinely really good. However, there was one item which outshone all others as the most coveted: the brilliant piggy bank. For 1700 clovers, you could double-click it once a day to get 1 billion mesos, for up to 10 billion mesos across 10 days. You could buy 2 of them a month, which across the 4 months of the event could net you up to 80 billion mesos. For reference, if I was fully buffed farming efficiently on a good map, I could get around 500 million mesos an hour post T-word removal, making it effectively an extra 20 hours grind worth of meso per piggy bank and an extra 160 hours across the entire event. Put another way, my Demon Slayer can theoretically clear every boss up to normal Saren, which would net me around 5.2 billion mesos per week. Of course, a lot of those higher tier bosses would take 10 minutes or more to clear, which for 7 bosses I am absolutely not doing, so a more realistic number would be soloing every boss up to Envy Hilla for around 3.3 bill mesos per week. This means each piggy bank would net me an extra 3 weeks worth of boss crystal mesos and nearly half a year's worth for all 8. There was just one problem. Farming clovers took so long. Your rates could vary significantly depending on your character and the map you were farming, but in my case, I was hitting around 65 clovers an hour. This meant I'd have to farm a bit over 52 hours each month in order to get both piggy banks, converting to around 110 minutes a day, as you can only collect clovers on 28 days of each month. And keep in mind, that's if I just wanted to get both piggy banks and none of the other really good items in the shop. Now, as you might expect from Nexon, you were given the option to buy an item that quadrupled the rate you collected clovers for $25, but that, at least inherently, isn't what had people so annoyed. See, this was also the update where T-words would be removed from the game, meaning everyone's farming rates were just cut by something like 45%. Now, remember the time conversion I just mentioned? Around 52 hours of farming a month to get both piggy banks, which nets me 20 billion mesos, plus 26 billion mesos from the farming itself. Meaning in terms of overall meso income, the piggy banks more or less equalize the loss of T-words. Why do I bring this up? Well, for the last, decade, MapleStory's gotten 2 major updates per year. One in winter, the other in summer. With all of this happening at the start of 2022's winter update, meaning there will be lots of people coming back to the game after not playing for a few months, most of whom would not have a lot of miso saved up. Now, in the summer update earlier that year, Nexon began running an event called Shining Star Force, where they'd combine 2 of the recurring Star Force events, 5, 10, 15, and 30% off, meaning you'd have a 100% success rate on 5 to 6, 10 to 11, and 15 to 16 star enhancements, and you'd be paying 30% less for all of it. Getting a level 150 item from 0 to 22 stars without safeguarding costs around 14 billion misos off event, 10 billion on either 5, 10, 15 or 30% off, and 7 billion on Shining Star Force. Meaning the miso efficiency for hitting what's effectively the soft cap for star forcing on your items was literally doubled compared to base rates and 30% better compared to either Star Force event on its own. Which for a core progression system of the game was crazy. Furthermore, the overall cost of star forcing was being reduced by 20% to bring our prices in line with that of the Korean server, as we previously paid a huge premium due to the huge economic advantages provided by spawn boosters. However, with the kishin nerfs in Destiny and the removal of T-words in Ignition, that was no longer necessary. Now, Shining Star Force would be happening again on December 11th, meaning you had 24 days to save for the event if you came back on the day of the Ignition patch. So, what we have here is the grand convergence of a whole bunch of people coming back to the game at once, most of whom do not have a lot of miso saved up for the twice-a-year starring event happening in less than a month that doubles your miso to progression efficiency compared to base rates, which themselves were just lowered by an additional 20% to compensate for the removal of T-words, despite coinciding with the release of an event that would make up for the miso loss of T-word removal. All of which meant everyone wanted to farm like crazy. And yeah, for those 50 hours or so you need to farm per month to get both piggy banks, you'd still effectively be grinding at T-word miso rates or more, depending on how well you farm, despite Star Force prices being reduced to account for their removal. And leading up to an event like SSF2, the progression efficiency was nuts. Except, not really. See, something important to note was the presence of a cap on how many clovers you could collect, with you being limited to 200 per day. Why is this important? Well, in addition to the clover collection tool, you could also buy clover pouches, which allowed you to make up for any of the days in that month you didn't collect any clovers. And since the update was on November 16th, this allowed for the use of up to 16 pouches immediately upon the patch going live, which at $2 each meant you could drop $32 to instantly get 3,200 of the 3,400 clovers you needed to buy both November piggy banks. So if you just clover capped once, you could buy both piggy banks for that month on day 1 of the event. Plus, if you don't want to do all that grinding in one day, that's fine too. You can just buy one of the piggy banks immediately and easily get the last 200 you need for the second from your dailies and weeklies before the month's over. And you want to know the funniest thing about all this? If you thought the items in the Clover store were really nice but didn't want to grind that much, you couldn't even drop $2 a day to cap after doing your dailies or anything like that, because you're only allowed to use a pouch for each day you didn't collect a single clover, which meant you pretty much had to just not play the game for a whole ass day if you wanted to use one, as you can get clovers from bosses, monster park mobs, and so on, in addition to regular monsters. So if you were an active player who kept up with your dailies and weeklies, chances are you'd never have the opportunity to use another clover pouch for the rest of the event, which I think makes it abundantly clear exactly what the intent was with this item's implementation. And here's the kicker. Because of the way the event was set up, with the shop resetting on the 1st of each month, but the event starting halfway through November, it was mathematically impossible to get both November piggy banks if you didn't tap into your IRL piggy bank first. Because even if you clover capped on every day that remained, you'd still end up a couple hundred short of the second one. But you know what? That's alright. Nexon's got just the solution for you. Cough up $25 for that clover collection tool. Because in addition to quadrupling the rate you collected clovers, it also doubled your daily cap, giving you more than enough clovers to buy both piggy banks before the December 1st reset, with you even having a bunch left over to buy some other stuff from the shop. And since the clover collection tool lasts 28 days, you'd still have it active for the first half of December, meaning you could even get a third piggy bank prior to SSF. Sure, you wouldn't be able to claim all the misos before the 11th, but you'd still get an extra 7 bill on top of the 20 from the November piggy banks. What an incredible deal, right? Why wouldn't you want to buy this? Regardless, if you wanted that fat 20 bill plus miso injection for this absolutely insane starring event, you had to cough up some cash one way or another. And what did the good people of the MapleStory community have to say about this? Nexon's a bunch of stupid fucks. Pay to win always drives away free players and players that value working for their progress. This is because pay to win devalues actually playing the game. That's the big difference between VAC pets and this whack-ass piggy bank. VAC pets require you to actually farm, but this piggy bank lets you just click it once per day. Unless you're a hardcore player, 20 bill per month is huge to you. For reference, one Lomian bossing mule nets you around 5.4 bill per month. To get that bossing mule, you likely farmed hours on end for nodes and miso to gear it, plus either got carried in Helix or did it yourself. You leveled that mule and did dailies to stack arcane symbols, not to mention you have to actually clear the weekly bosses, which takes 20 to 30 plus minutes per week depending on how much you funded. That's a lot of work. Yet this piggy bank is worth about 4 Lomian mules per month, with each Lomian mule being valued at like $6. Damn, that's what my bossing mule was worth? Phrased another way, a good rate on reboot is like 1.8 bill per totem. 20 bill takes about 11 totems, equals 22 hours. Shit, you're telling me I could have just dropped 25 bucks? But what about the nodes and fam cards? Shut the fuck up. The Clover shop has nodes, and we all know fam cards never roll anything special. Anyway, back to the opening line. Nexon's a bunch of stupid fucks because they don't understand that every player they drive away is likely 1. Somebody's friend, 2. Part of a guild, and 3. Part of someone's bossing party. So driving your average player away actually fucks everybody. This piggy bank looks fine right now as everyone wails just before shining, but long term, it'll be one of Nexon's most idiotic decisions. This is horrible for reboot. By the way, this is why I made sure to note earlier that most players really didn't seem to mind VAC pets, as I'm quite aware my stance on pay to win versus pay for convenience is likely not shared by the broader MapleStory community. And this makes sense because, as I said in my video about why I don't find Maple as fun as it used to be, I'm not really part of MapleStory's core target demographic anymore. If you haven't watched it, the Cliff Notes version is the game used to very heavily intertwine exploration of the world and its story, interactions with other players, and long-term character progression in a way that I found to be masterful. But over time has begun to direct that focus onto character progression more so than anything else. Leveling your character, upgrading your gear, clearing stronger bosses, etc. And while I can certainly enjoy that kind of content, I prefer it to exist as part of a larger whole. And with stuff like the exploration aspects of the game falling to the wayside as a result of that shift in focus, the balance of what I tend to look for in games was lost. However, there were also people who liked that shift in focus and enjoy the game as it is now a hell of a lot more than they did back then. And the type of person who sincerely values the sense of personal achievement modern Maple can give you is far more likely to be heavily opposed to blatant pay-to-win mechanics such as clovers compared to someone like me. Like I said, if it doesn't negatively alter the core mechanics of the game if I choose not to pay, I don't really care about pay-to-win. However, what I do care about is other people caring about pay-to-win. Now, the reason for this is a bit complicated, but is best explained by first providing a little bit of Maple history. Back in 2016, there was a new item introduced to the Marvel machine, the Frenzy Totem, which had the effect of reducing mob respawn time by 75% and increasing the total number of mobs per wave by 70%. Or, in other words, all of a sudden, the people with the disposable income to throw money at a literal slot machine at $5 a spin for a 0.02% chance of getting a frenzy now have access to an item that, like, triples your rates. But wait, there's more. Some of these people are now selling Frenzy service, where for around 50 million mesos per hour, potentially higher or lower depending on your server and when you buy, they'll place their Frenzy Totem on your map, allowing you to effectively rent the spawn boosting effects. And since for some reason the effect lasts 10 minutes, all the other spawn boosters only last like 2, by the way, has no cooldown and remains active even if they leave the map. This means they're able to go around selling Frenzy service to like 30 people at a time. They can quadruple the miso or more than most of the players who are actually farming. And what's the logical endpoint of this? That's right. People account sharing, or in some case straight up running scripts, to sell Frenzy service 24/7. And the mountain of botters and macors, which GMS was unable to contain for years, taking advantage of that to absolutely flood the market. All of which serves to enormously inflate the currency, enormously slowing down your progression if you don't pay for Frenzy service as well. So you better cough up that fee, which you will often not even have the option to do, by the way, because the Frenzy Totem has not been available for purchase in any capacity for years. And so during peak hours, the handful of people out there selling service will have their cast slots sold out very quickly. In fact, on some of the smaller servers, several of them have banded together to pull some ISP bullshit, where they mutually agree to massively hike their service fees all at once. Rich get richer, I guess. It's just like real life. Though, I'd like to note, everything I just said about Frenzy is a reflection of community sentiment I've seen regarding the item. I haven't played Reg server in 5 years, I just used my level 230 Demon Slayer to sell golden hammers on the auction house, so I don't really have the ability to verify a lot of this. If I've made any inaccurate assertions, then feel free to call me a dumbass in the comments, but personally, I think the real culprits behind the massive amounts of miso inflation we've seen in GMS Reg server were kishin and botting. In fact, honestly, just botting. Seriously, how many people even have a Frenzy? From what I've read, the majority of them don't even sell service. So even if it's undoubtedly had a hand in that long-term devaluation of miso, I think it would have happened all the same without it, albeit a bit more slowly, thanks to the horde of bot farmers running rampant over GMS for years. And as the reg server population has shrunk, I find it far more likely the growing relative presence of whales combined with factors such as the mafia have done more to keep miso to maple point rates pathetically low than anything else. However, at the end of the day, if that's how people view the item, if that's why a lot of people quit the game, if that's one of the reasons people moved over to Reboot, then whether or not that sentiment is justified isn't really a concern here. And given that in a community-run survey from a bit over a year ago, of 2008 responses to a list of items and systems players might want removed from the game, 61.1% of people said they'd like to see Frenzy deleted. Keep in mind, 88.8% of respondents exclusively played Reboot, meaning that even if 100% of the 298 reg server players who filled out the survey said they wanted Frenzy gone, which is already unlikely considering the question was only answered by 2/3 of respondents, that still means a bit over 75% of people who said they wanted Frenzy removed from the game were Reboot only, where said item was never available. Which, for one, make of that what you will. But regardless, I think goes to show the overall community sentiment surrounding this item is resoundingly negative. And you want to know how all this manifests with stuff like cubing service, where because the miso to maple point conversion has gotten so atrocious that selling your misos to buy cash shop cubes is pretty much never worth it, people have begun relying more and more on the free-to-play cubes you can get from crafting and bosses. However, these cubes cannot be sold on the auction house. And so, if you want to reroll your item's potentials without paying extortionate prices, you've either got to run daily bosses on high drop characters until your mind melts, or put your trust in some random stranger who has a bunch of cubes they're not going to use. You give them an item to cube for you, they charge a fee per cube, and you just have to hope the honor system is enough for it to be returned, especially if the item's particularly rare or they roll a good result. And you want to know the sick, twisted irony of it all? Now that the reg server population has shriveled to the point it's at now, the existence of Frenzy and the massive boost to farming rates it provides has proven essential for keeping resources flowing into the market. And even then, there's been a lot of cases where it's not even close to enough to keep up with player demand.
Now look at the symbols for 260 plus. There's how many? A little over 100 hotel symbols. Now, hotel symbols are very important to note here, because once you get to hotel arcs, that's when you can start getting like 45 to 50k kills an hour with like the top mobber classes. That's where you can really start to farm here. And if it was such a bad thing for the game, it was so evil, it ruins resources, why is there only 100 symbols at the easiest place to farm, close to the maximum amount of monsters you can farm?
And then you have stuff like Lucid's earrings, which gives you an extra 9-second boss bind on a separate cooldown to the basic one, giving you 45% more time to freely burst the boss while your origin's up, and 90% more when it's not. 0.05% from the slot machine, by the way. It's equipped in a cosmetic item slot rather than your actual earring slot, meaning you're giving up 0 damage, by the way. Or how about the Breath of Divinity ring, which gives you a lifesteal regenerating 100% max HP shield that negates any damage that would take it below 0. Meaning if you get hit with a supposed one-hit attack that does 5,000% max HP damage, the shield takes 100%, breaks, eats the remaining 4,900% for breakfast, and you get to walk away without a scratch. 0.01% from the slot machine, by the way. It can be given potential and bonus potential, has the base stats of a 17-star ring, and can go to 22 stars, so it would be best in slot even without the shield, by the way. Yeah, some of these bosses are super hard, by the way. Point being, whenever I see people inquiring the reasons for the reg server population's decline, although there are certainly a multitude of factors behind it, the blame is pretty much always pinned squarely on pay to win, as Nexon has consistently added items to reg server that devalue being good at the game, devalue playing the game, and overall have made the experience for anyone who doesn't have hundreds to thousands of dollars to pour into a video game so much worse. And this is where people will try to make the argument, oh, that only matters if you're comparing yourself to others. It's just a PvE game. It literally doesn't affect you. How about you try focusing on yourself? Which, for starters, isn't even true. Everything I've said about miso inflation and cube service are some great examples of how it very much does negatively affect you. But more importantly, people will say this as if comparing yourself to others isn't something humans naturally do, all the time, with everything. And this is where I'd like to completely switch gears from pay-to-win mechanics and clovers, instead taking the time to address an argument someone who's watched my original MapleStory video may make in response to me saying, if stuff like vac pets keeps a game miserable, I'm not gonna buy a convenience feature to rectify that, I'm just going to play something else. As there was a point in that video where I mentioned I've never given Nexon a cent. Such a person could argue, because I'm not paying Nexon regardless, they have no reason to care about me or what I want. And while this is initially going to seem like a rather bizarre tangent, the conclusions I'm going to arrive at are actually very relevant here. Now, for starters, me saying I've never given Nexon a cent is technically no longer true, as I've since bought the Blue Archive First Anniversary OST package. However, it does still stand that I've never spent a cent on MapleStory, so you could argue I bring no financial value to GMS and thus have no right to expect anything of the developers. And you'd be absolutely, utterly, unbelievably wrong to do so. In fact, I'm probably in the top 20% most lucrative players for Nexon NA. You wanna know why? Because when I got back into the game in 2020, I asked all my friends to hop on with me, and they have collectively spent hundreds, possibly thousands of dollars on surprise-style boxes, BTS packages, and funnily enough, clovers, and vac pets, none of whom likely would have ever done so had I not asked them to start playing with me. But even beyond that, I still think Nexon should care about keeping people like me actively invested in the game, because the paying customers care about me being actively invested in the game. Now, if you're someone who does financially support GMS, you may be a little confused as to what the hell I'm talking about, so allow me to explain. Why is it, when I go out with my friends and such, I do so dressed like this, or like this, and not like this, with my beige plaid pajama pants, a hot pink hair tie, and a XXL Denver Haze t-shirt my sister's birds have nearly chewed in twain? Well, simple really. I don't want to look like a clown in public, and I'll happily spend money on some nice clothes to that end. However, when I'm at home by myself, that's not a concern, so I'll just throw on whatever's comfortable. Point being, one of the biggest reasons people spend money on their appearance is to look good for other people. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, by the way. I know it's super hip to act like aesthetics are pointless and being materialistic is just the worst. And to an extent, I'd very much agree. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Earthly life is ultimately empty. At the same time, however, your appearance and how you present yourself is, at least partially, a reflection of your personality, lifestyle, and values, and others will make judgments about you based on that. Now, if you ask people why they buy cosmetics in video games, the vast majority would say it's for themselves. And they're lying. Kind of. It is true that consciously we buy them because we think they look good, but a huge subconscious part of that is the promise of looking good for other people. And to help illustrate what I'm talking about here, actually, wait, will this be against YouTube's community guidelines? You know what? Outdoor Boys was able to get away with it on a 20 million view video, so I think I'll be fine. I know, just let me cook. So I've been working out on and off for about 5 years now, though I have gotten much more consistent in the last 2, and what have I gotten out of it? Am I some sort of chiseled hunk like the Greek gods of old? No, observably not. My chest is absolutely pathetic, and any abs I have are buried under this beer belly. Or actually, I hate alcohol, so buried under this Arizona green tea belly. In other words, the ladies ain't swooning like I'm Perry the Platypus over this. But my arms, though. Yeah! Don't need a permit for these guns. Thing is, however, I never really get to show any of that off for 3 reasons. 1, I'm single. 2, I like wearing loose, baggy clothing that doesn't show a lot of skin. The most I'll really ever do is wear a shirt like this or roll up the sleeves of my turtleneck. And 3, I don't swim, go to the beach, or do anything of that ilk, and if I did, I'd probably wear a shirt. Because I've got all these ugly-ass stretch marks across the back of my hips from when I was really overweight, and all this scarring on my shoulders from the terrible back knee I had in high school. Such that being shirtless honestly leaves me feeling kind of exposed, so if you don't mind, I'm just gonna, I'll be right back. So, Why do I do all that exercise when, outside of very specifically crafting a bit like that, basically no one ever gets to see the results? Well, for one, it's good for my health. I think that's the main reason anyone should be exercising, to be honest. It's also useful being able to lift heavy objects in case I have to move a couch or throw out an old washing machine. But a factor which I think often goes unmentioned here is the promise of having someone to look good for in the future. See, here's an intimate little detail about me for you. I've begun to realize the type of relationship I'm looking for is like something out of a fairy tale, okay? I want a picture-perfect dream romance, and how is it fair for me to expect that of my partner if I'm not going to be some Prince Charming for them? In fact, here's a little bit of the degenerator philosophy for you. People are a lot like YouTube videos. Doesn't matter how great you are on the inside if you don't have a good title and thumbnail, but at the same time, it doesn't matter how pretty you are on the outside. If the video's content sucks, ain't nobody's gonna stick around and watch. In other words, you need both. And so what? Am I just going to languish until I find someone I really like and then go, oh yeah, we'd make for a great couple. Just give me 5 years and I'll be as appealing to you as you are to me? No. If anything, I'd want to get as close to perfect as I can be for the type of person who'd be perfect for me before I even begin looking for them. And that's my problem with the argument, oh, I'm just buying these cosmetics to look good for myself, because that's not how humans work. If you were to ask me, Ethan, why do you work out so much? I'd tell you, because it's good for my health, physical strength has lots of practical applications, and because it makes me feel good about myself. The subtext of that last point being, it makes me feel good to look good because of the promise of having someone to look good for in the future, even if that person is not present right now. When I put together a cool looking outfit in Monster Hunter, that makes me feel good because I like looking at my character's cool outfit, and because my friends will see me with that cool outfit the next time we go on a hunt together. Same goes for bossing with the boys, or hanging around town, or dressing well in real life, because of the promise of having someone to look good for, whether that be in 5 years or 5 minutes. And yes, I'm not so foolish as to suggest this is a one-to-one correlation as you view your in-game cosmetics from an external perspective. However, I'd hope you're not so foolish as to suggest it's a 0-to-1 correlation either, because the core underlying reasons for why it feels good to look good are still there. Plus, as I said before, our appearances are, at least partially, a reflection of our personality, lifestyle, and values. If you're in really good shape, that doesn't just make you more physically appealing, because it also indicates discipline, commitment, and self-control, all of which I'd say are things you deserve to be proud of and show off. In my case, while I'm not in that good of shape compared to how I looked when I started making videos, yeesh, I've genuinely come a long way. That's something I'm proud of, and I'm happy to show off my progress. Similarly, when I finished putting together my Demon Slayer's outfit, using nothing but Maple points from the Rise Update Maple Relay and selling RP Golden Hammers on the auction house, I liked it because I thought it looked good, yes, but also because it showed my respect for the character and their lore. Those are things that I'm proud of and am happy to show off and express to others via my character's outfit. Or in other words, even though I bought the cosmetics for myself to look good for myself, a huge part of what makes me feel good to look good is the presence of other people who will see me as such and can interpret those things I'm proud of through their observations. And this is despite the fact that I pretty much never consciously think about any of this. However, upon analyzing my own behavior, it became very clear this was subconsciously influencing a lot of my decisions. That's why I'm not going to accept the argument, oh, you don't like vac pets? Well, you don't spend money on MapleStory anyway, so that doesn't matter. Because even if I don't directly financially contribute to MapleStory, Nexon should still care about me and whether or not I'm satisfied with the state of the game, because the presence of people like me to look good in front of is a huge motivating factor for other people to buy cosmetics. Like, seriously, is this not the exact same mentality that gets a whole bunch of people to whale out in reg server? A whale needs to be surrounded by krill to feel like a whale, for a whale among whales is just another fish. You really think that doesn't apply to all this just because it doesn't give stats? When people are willing to spend inordinate amounts of money on some of the ugliest cars and clothes imaginable purely because it's a status symbol of how much money they have to waste. And even then, this is all assuming there are zero pay-to-win mechanics in Reboot, which has never been the case. We've had bets since the very beginning. I mean, sure, the advantages provided by auto-pot and auto-buff are pretty negligible, but a whole mountain of comparatively far more egregious features have been added since. Now, what the hell's all that got to do with clovers? Well, as I said, one of the most common responses to people complaining about pay-to-win features such as clovers is, "Oh, it literally doesn't affect you. It's a PvE game. Stop comparing yourself to others." And to be fair to these people, it does apply a hell of a lot more to Heroic compared to Interactive, given that Heroic doesn't have an economy or player trading. But at the same time, in light of everything I just said, are you really confident standing behind that argument? Once again, comparing yourself to others is something humans naturally do all the time with everything. Did I not just spend 12 minutes explaining why a huge reason a huge number of people invest their time and money into anything is to show off? If we do it with exercise and work and hobbies and makeup and cars and clothes, then why wouldn't we do it with video games? And again, people love to justify this sort of monetization by bringing up Nexon's financials. Oh, they're a business. The people quitting because of clovers probably weren't giving Nexon a cent anyway, so who cares? But allow me to flip that entire argument on its head. There is no doubt a huge chunk of MapleStory's revenue comes from a very small number of whales, and a whale needs to be surrounded by krill to feel like a whale. Yes, the people complaining about clovers were probably low to no spenders, but their anger is still important because if you chase away all the krill with pay-to-win mechanics like this, which, if that's what you're going for, has historically proven a very effective strategy, that's going to make people far less likely to whale out. Okay, like, be real here. If you were born to be MVP Red, would you be more or less likely to drop $1,000 on surprise style boxes if there were zero other people in the entire world who played the game? If there was no community to interact with? If there was no one to talk to about any of your achievements? If there was no one to be impressed by any of your cool outfits? Would that not drastically reduce your motivation to make in-game purchases? Now, is every person on Earth like this? No. There are definitely people out there who don't care about the social aspect at all and genuinely make these purchases purely for themselves. And if you're sitting there in pure disagreement with everything I just said, then perhaps you're one of them. But ultimately, I'd bet a hell of a lot of money the vast majority of people do not think or act in line with that, and I believe it is intellectually dishonest to pretend otherwise. Of course, if you think I'm wrong, then I encourage you to make your thoughts known nowhere. Don't like or dislike this video, and definitely do not leave a comment. In fact, don't even scroll down to read the comments, because there are no comments, since you're the only person in the entire world who even cares about, let alone plays, this game. Don't go on the subreddit because there is no subreddit, and there's no point checking the Discord because you're the only one in it. If you have any friends who play the game, don't talk to them about it. Under no circumstances should you play with them, and do the same for every member of your guild and alliance. Do all of your bosses by yourself, clear MPE by yourself, and when you're done, don't head back to Cernium or Celis or Vanishing Journey. Instead, why don't you settle down in Herbtown, where you belong, of course. I mean, seriously, it's got everything you'd ever need. Storage, general store, Legion shop, quick move access, the music and visuals are utterly serene. Plus, you get to have it all for yourself because there's nobody here. And for good measure, make sure to cover your chat window with a piece of paper or something akin to that so you don't have to see a single megaphone. If you were to do this for just one day, I think it would immediately become abundantly clear just how critical the presence of other people is for you to want to play the game or pay for things in the game. And again, if you want to jump in and say, that's materialistic and bad, I'd agree to an extent, but I'd also say pretty much everyone does this to an extent, and to an extent, it's not even a bad thing. Example, Mango is insanely good at melee. I've put around 50 hours into the game, and I don't think I could take a single match off him out of 10,000. I only have the frame of reference to even begin appreciating how good he is at the game because I can compare myself to him. This is something that absolutely extends to MMOs. If you see someone with a really strong character, that gives you a window into just how much time they've put into the game, and is also why I think the reorganization of character info and how much easier it is to just pull up someone's stats and see their gear was such a great change, because it makes it so much easier to compare yourself to them, with your own experiences and accomplishments giving you a frame of reference to understand how much time and effort they had to put in to get that strong. My main is level 273. I have a bit over 80 mil combat power, a hexa-converted score of 43k, and I'm sitting at 8.5k Legion. I've been playing the game on and off since late 2011, but began taking progression seriously back in the summer of 2020. If you actively play MapleStory, with every point I listed, you just compared yourself to me. Consciously or subconsciously, you compared my level, Legion, and combat power to your own to make a judgment on how committed I am to the game. And you compared how long I've been playing to yourself and other influential figures in the community to make a judgment on the authority I have and the credibility of my opinions. However, if you don't play MapleStory, if you don't have your own experience to compare to, then these numbers don't mean anything. When Sacrix hit 10k Legion, congrats by the way, late as this may be, 11k when? The only way for you to appreciate just how incredible of an achievement it was to hit level 250 on 40 characters prior to the addition of hyper burning was if you had your own experience to compare to, because it allows you to go, wow, I've put X hours into the game over Y years and I only have 8k Legion. This guy must have worked his ass off to hit 10k, which he did, and same goes for Nero hitting 300. Again, congrats, by the way, late as this may be. 1 bill combat power, when? For these accomplishments to mean anything to you, you need to be able to compare yourself and your own experiences to those of others. It's the reason I can see someone roll a 60% boss fam and go, damn, I'm 100 plus uniques deep into familiars and I haven't seen a single boss line. Congrats, and fuck you. It's the reason I can see someone get an eye patch and Berserked back to back from their first 2 H-Dota solos ever and go, damn, well, actually, I've been very lucky with pitched myself, so I suppose what I should really be saying is, it's the reason you can go, damn, you're 273 with 80 mil combat power and you've got a book, eye patch, RFS, and belt? Congrats, and fuck you! It's the reason I can see Moffel drop 70k in Culvert and go, damn, I'm literally doing 1/10 of that. What a beast! It's the reason I can see Iceling Guns fight Limbo and go, damn, I'm not gonna be strong enough to fight this boss for a long time. This guy's a legend. And it's the reason I can see Chapaz force open Gloom in 34 seconds and go, what the fuck am I looking at? This sense of community and collective experience is one of the best things about MapleStory. And the fact that it is in basic human nature to compare yourself and your own achievements to those of others all the time with everything is the entire reason it exists. Yes, there are a bunch of mentally unhinged losers out there who will go, you're only hitting 7k in Culvert? That means you're like 1/10 the person Moth Whale is. But who cares? These are resume gamers, man. These are the people who only play FromSoft titles so they can go, yeah, I beat Elden Ring, as if it's not a piss-easy game. And while it's absolutely possible to make an unhealthy habit of comparing yourself to others, there's nothing inherently wrong with doing so, because it's how you appreciate the hard work and dedication of other people. Additionally, to those who do have said unhealthy habit, I don't think we should be saying stop comparing yourself to others, because again, that's not how humans work. And what we should really be saying is stop hinging your ability to have fun on being stronger than others. While I do think engaging with something for the sole purpose of trying to impress others is absolutely pathetic, that's just because those people don't actually care about what they're doing. For the people who are genuinely passionate about the game, it's just one motivating factor among many, and I don't see how that's a bad thing. We make our characters look all pretty and cute because we get to see them looking all pretty and cute while we play the game, and because other players get to see our characters looking like that too. We keep up with our dailies and weeklies and grind for hours to make our characters stronger because it feels good to progress through the game, and because we want to keep up with our friends and guildies as they progress too. We congratulate people for their incredible achievements to show our recognition for their commitment and dedication, and because we want any such achievements we make to be met with the same praise. Like I said, the sense of community and collective experience is one of the best things about MapleStory, and at the heart of it all is the basic human tendency to compare ourselves to others and to show off the achievements we're proud of. And hell, I'm not gonna pretend for a second I don't feel the same way. I do all this exercise because it's good for my health, being physically fit is quite practical, and because I want to look good for my future princess. I put together this outfit for my Demon Slayer because it looks cool, badass, shows my respect for the character and their backstory, and because other people can see those things too. And you know what? Let's take this one step further. What is it that you're watching right now? If I were to claim to be making videos just for myself, then why are they being uploaded to a public YouTube channel? In a game like Maple, where group struggle clearing bosses is as common as it is, where a lot of said bosses are actually difficult, and where having a strong character and being good enough at the game to make use of that is genuinely valuable, it's something other players will respect you for, and it's something I think people deserve to be proud of. At the end of the day, if a lot of people participate in a certain activity or are engaged with a certain topic, if you are proficient at or knowledgeable of that activity or topic, people will notice that, people will respect that, and people will admire that. And if you are a human being, chances are you quite like being noticed, respected, and admired. And for a lot of people, all of that is ruined the moment you plant the seed of what if they just paid for it in their mind. Adding a method to convert money into progress to a game ruins the purity of the experience for so many people. Because is this person this strong because they put lots of time and effort into the game, or did mommy's credit card just pay for it all? And if I put lots of time and effort into the game to get as strong as them, will people recognize that effort, or will they just think I swiped like crazy too? The mere existence of pay-to-win mechanics ruins both sides of that positive comparison dynamic. And like I said before, that sort of thing doesn't really matter to me. I see no reason to pay to progress faster if I'm having fun, and if I'm not having fun, I'm just going to play something else. But again, I'm not really part of MapleStory's core target demographic anymore. And the type of person who modern MapleStory's gameplay loop would really appeal to, who sincerely values that sense of long-term achievement and progression, is also the type of person who would absolutely despise defies the kind of blatant pay-to-win mechanics that got so many people to leave reg servers and was now creeping into Reboot. At the end of the day, people want to feel like the time they put into a game is respected and valued. And if the majority of the GMS player base feels that reg servers don't respect their time investment, then adding the types of pay-to-win mechanics which help create that sentiment to Reboot is a great way to convince them to pull out the pitchforks. And you know what? You could go so far as to make the argument that a lot of these people probably don't even hate pay-to-win off principle, okay? They just hate that they can't afford it. And honestly, I'd agree wholeheartedly. I bet if they made the Clover collection tool 25 cents and the pouches 2, the exceeding majority of complaints would vanish and any that remained would be met with extreme derision. I think that's exactly why middle-aged gamers in their 30s and 40s who have things like careers and disposable income have no issue wailing out while all the 15-year-old high schoolers surrounding them mauled over it. But here's the thing. None of that matters. You want to know why? Because at the end of the day, regardless of how you or I feel about all that, if this is how the player base collectively feels and behaves, then perhaps adding things to the game which make them feel and behave in a manner that involves not playing the game is bad. Like, seriously, Reboot didn't even exist till a decade after the game came out, yet 4 years later had half the population and held 3/4 after 4 more. What? You think that was just a fluke? If the addition of these sorts of blatant, egregious, pay-to-win mechanics and the trickle-down effects they had on the majority of players were the biggest culprits behind the mass migration from reg servers, then it's no wonder people get pissed when they see them starting to bleed into Reboot. Because let's be honest here. The Clover Guild event wasn't that bad, okay? It really wasn't. 80 billion misos is a lot, but like I said, all it really did was equalize the miso loss of T-word removal given how much you had to farm to get the piggy banks. And while that certainly doesn't apply if you bought the Clover collection tool, since the event was going away in a few months, long term, double priming an Eternal Hat costs nearly 100 bill. If you actually took your account to endgame, the misos from these piggy banks would have barely been more than a drop in the bucket. However, GMS has a feature called Maple Tour, which is kind of like Monster Park, except you get misos instead of EXP, where you have the option to pay Maple Points, a premium currency, for up to 5 extra runs each day, and the difference this would add up to over time was not negligible. We also have the Symbol Express Pass, where you can pay Maple Points to skip your Symbol dailies and weeklies, instead getting the rewards instantly. And of course, we have VAC pets. None of these things are egregiously pay to win. In fact, if you're looking exclusively to accelerate the growth of your character, all 3 of them are pretty terrible in terms of value for money. But even so, they are points on a graph that show a trend of more and more pay-to-win mechanics slowly being added to Reboot, and the Clover Guild was yet another. Because yes, the Clover Guild wasn't that bad in terms of pay to win, but it was enormously more so than anything which came before, and was a sign that things would continue to get worse. That Nexon would continue to fall over the exact same slippery slope that got GMS reg servers to where they are today. That's what people were really concerned about with the Clover Guild event, and that's why I was concerned too. And by the way, I don't want it to seem like I'm doing some sort of revisionist history here, okay? There were lots of people who were pissed at VAC pets on release, and I've seen quite a few people asking for the Clover Guild to come back now. But at the same time, here's what I think is happening. Back when Maple Tour was added to the game, people were against its implementation in Reboot on principle, okay? It didn't matter that the money to miso conversion rate was pathetic. What, 10,500 Maple points so you can spend an extra half hour each week in some of the most boring content in the entire game for an extra billion misos? None of that matters. What matters is the slow, continual addition of pay-to-win mechanics to Reboot. And The people who have a problem with that quit. The people who are against pay-to-win mechanics on principle have slowly but surely been driven away from the game, slowly but surely being replaced by people who are not. How do I know this? Because nowadays, whenever I see someone questioning the free-to-play appeal of Reboot, they get laughed off the stage. If the majority of players are just swiping their credit cards without an ounce of hesitation while calling anyone questioning the future direction of Reboot's monetization entitled or broke, then why would the game go anywhere but further unto the abyss? Why would the game do anything other than get worse? And again, personally, I don't really care about pay to win. In fact, if you, the person watching this right now, are a maple whale, I just want to say thank you. Seriously, thank you. I've made so many happy memories with my friends on this game, and the reason I've been able to do nothing but run up Nexon server costs for the last 13 years in the process is because of people like you paying for it. So again, thank you. At the same time, however, if you're one of those people who loves to act all antagonistic and condescending about this, if you're perfectly okay with the idea of the game going further in that direction, then just remember, you reap what you sow. So, even if I don't really care about pay-to-win mechanics, even if I don't really care about the Clover event, I do care about other people caring about it, because this sort of monetization will drive more and more people away from the game, and anyone who replaces them will naturally be less sensitive to such predatory practice. This means Nexon will not only be able to push the envelope further, but they'll have to make up for declining player numbers and falling revenue, likely through trying to milk each individual player for more money, which means more additions like vac pets and other pay-for-convenience features that'll make the game more annoying for everyone, including me, and more aggressive pay-to-win mechanics that'll drive even more of the core audience away, repeat over and over and over until we find ourselves walking a very familiar path. So, what we have here is a situation where Nexon has shown they're absolutely willing to implement what I'd consider basic quality of life features behind massive paywalls, and seemed hell-bent on walking the same path of pain that would almost certainly result in the death of their game. This seriously screwed with my willingness to invest time into Maple and dashed any hopes I had of long-term improvement. Combined with the Misty Island event, which I don't have time to get into this, but oh my god, why did it take so long? Over an hour a day? For one daily? For a 40-day event? To anyone out there who did the bare minimum to get the Ancient Slate and rolled some 47 main stat flame on it, I envy you. You made the right choice. Immediately follow that up with the Super Haste event and you've got the recipe for one burnt out mapler. I'd already stopped doing my dailies and could barely convince myself to run weekly bosses. To be honest, I was fishing for a reason to drop the game. And on April 27th, 2023, I got it. Maple Memo. Important announcement about Jett characters. Greetings, Maplers. It's Mjolnir here, and I wanted to deliver this message to you all personally. The MapleStory team and I have a very difficult announcement regarding one of our beloved classes, Jett. After careful consideration, we have decided to disable Jett's character creation after today's maintenance and remove Jett as a playable character around February 2024. Jett is unique in that it's a class that is available in global MapleStory. This creates development challenges when we create future content suitable for all MapleStory regions. As new content needs to work for all of MapleStory's 50+ classes, it adds complications when focusing on one region-specific class. Current Jett players may have noticed that new content sometimes contains bugs that only affect the Jett class, and these bugs can be difficult to resolve. Going forward, we want to focus our development efforts on high-quality content that can be enjoyed by all players, such as new content and features that will be released in the future. Making the decision to remove Jett from global MapleStory was not easy, but we believe this course of action will allow us to provide a better service to you Maplers. We understand this news may not come easily to our passionate fans and existing Jett players, and we understand the concerns this may cause. We understand that our players have invested a lot of time and effort into their Jett characters, and we want to thank you for your dedication to playing this class and to MapleStory as a whole. Thank you for your understanding and continued support, Mjolnir. Yeah, that's right. They were straight up removing a whole ass character from the game. And what even is there to say? Is this not the behavior of a company that's circling the drain, introducing content that's more pay to win than ever before, trying to wring every last bit of cash possible from their players, all while belligerently deleting content from the game because they don't want to put in the effort to maintain it? Is this not the behavior of a company that's doing every single thing they can to bail water from a sinking ship, trying to prolong the inevitable as long as possible rather than putting in the effort to patch up the holes in the hull? And if I sound even more bitter than usual right now, that's because I am. This is personal, okay? Because I really like Jett. I hyperburned him, man. I was gonna make him a 220 boss mule. And they deleted the character. See ya, Space Cowboy. I'll keep you a level 221 beginner. I'll carry that weight forever. And yeah, they did offer a job transfer event, which was okay. It would only convert the gear your character had equipped, so if you had any duplicates for star forcing or farming gear with stat lines, sucks to suck. But you know what? That didn't even end up mattering to me because I missed the event. I didn't touch the game for nearly 1.5 years because I genuinely thought it was doomed. I thought Nexon would continue to shove more and more egregious pay-to-win mechanics into the game, causing more and more people to quit, leading to them trying to milk the remaining players even harder, only serving to exacerbate the issue. I thought they would lay off staff to reduce overhead in response to falling revenue and declining consumer interest in GMS, leading to them cutting even more content due to a lack of personnel to maintain it, and I thought they would continue to add more and more annoying, insufferable pay-for-convenience features that would make the twilight years of global MapleStory's existence as miserable as possible. And you know what? For the most part, I was right. Beast Tamer got replaced by Lynn. Crazy coincidence, their development's handled by a different server's staff. When we got the Sewage update, there was a GMS exclusive cap on how much Soul Erta energy you could get per day, and in reg servers, Soul Erta fragments could only be transferred between characters, whereas in the Korean server, you could sell them on the auction house. With yet another crazy coincidence being the addition of a brand new GMS exclusive item to the cash shop, the Soul Erta Booster, which is effectively a blessing of the Welkin Moon for your Soul Erta 6-job materials. There was also an incident where, in response to numerous complaints from players regarding the state of Korean reg server, pointing to numerous quality of life advantages Reboot has in comparison, live on stream, the director of the game effectively said, among other things, MMOs were a dying genre and players should be more appreciative of what they have, as they were originally planning on monetizing even more of the game's core progression systems than they already do. Which, I don't know about you, but personally, hearing that from the person who's pretty much steering the ship really inspires confidence in the future of the game. Oh, and you remember the Flames controversy from early 2021? You know, where it turned out the results from rolling bonus stats weren't random in the sense of you have an equally random chance of getting any specific combination of stats, but instead in the sense of you have a random chance of getting any specific combination of stats, but weighted in a way that is almost universally worse for you, the player? Yeah, not only were they doing the same thing with cubes, but they even stealth nerfed their rates multiple times. There was even an instance where they made certain line combinations impossible to roll several years after the potential system and cubes had been released, with them not only not disclosing any of this at all, but them even taking several deliberate steps to hide this. Who would have guessed? Nexon, of all companies engaging in predatory, manipulative business practice. Surely Star Forcing is legit, though. Like, at least with the flame and iterability controversies, certain results being unlikely or impossible was largely just the result of a poorly designed algorithm. But this was deliberate, man. They did it on purpose. Oh, and you want to know what Nexon's response was to the complaints about the state of Korean reg server? About how Reboot's progression was generally much more rewarding? Nerf it into the ground! Absolutely nuke the server so any incentive to switch over is nipped right in the bud. And just in case there's still anyone even considering it, completely block all character creation for newer players in Korean Reboot servers. And remember, all Korean MapleStory changes make their way over to GMS in 6 months or less, which means we've got a 180-day ticking time bomb until GMS dies. Because I'm gonna be honest, people love to go, oh, if GMS does this, game dies. Oh, they're doing this, game's shutting down. But 99% of the time, it's really not a big deal, and everyone logs in the next day anyway. However, if the changes they made to Korean Reboot, which I'll get into in a moment, made it to GMS, where more than 70% of players are on Reboot, I think the game actually would have died. And then Niru, a reg server player who spent nearly 3 years grinding for thousands upon thousands of hours to reach the new max level, had his stream officially promoted by Nexon the day he was gonna reach 300 before stopping at 99.993%, flaming the fuck out of the game for 40 minutes live in front of 20,000 people, then logging off. He came back the next day, of course, streaming Ocarina of Time. And Nexon's response to this was nothing. Complete silence for over a month, during which community manager Vera hosted a casual live stream on the MapleStory Twitch channel where he was just playing the game. Chat obviously being full of questions about what Nexon's thoughts were on Niru's stunt, to which he replied with something along the lines of, yeah, Niru's complaints were passed along, and that personally he understood where Niru was coming from. Shortly thereafter, the VOD was deleted, the livestream announcement was removed from the MapleStory website, and Vera was relieved of his position at the company. Once again, really inspires confidence in the future of the game. So much so, I genuinely believed GMS was going to shut down within a few years. From as far back as the beginning of this whole endeavor in the summer of 2020, and even further than that, if I'm being honest, there seemed to be zero investment or commitment from Nexon to maintain the game, let alone actually grow it in the West, with it instead feeling like they simply wanted to milk every last bit of cash they could from the players who remained until the server slowly fizzled out and died. And why would I ever want to play a game like that? And so I didn't. I didn't touch the game for nearly 1.5 years, fully expecting that I'd never even consider returning, with everything I just went over that occurred during that time only reaffirming my decision and vindicating my rather harsh judgment time and time again. However, if I zoom out for a moment, do you notice anything? Here's a hint for you. Yeah, I've been playing the game again. Why did that happen? Well, to answer that, let's go over the reasons I dropped the game once more and see how each of my concerns have been addressed over time. My first issue was with vac pets, as they set the precedent that any major quality of life improvements I'd like to see would be put behind a massive paywall. However, in August of 2023, we got an update which completely removed the need for buff freezers, as upon death you would now retain all buffs by default. And later that year in October, the second pendant slot was made permanent, meaning we no longer had to constantly buy extension coupons to refresh it. This showed me Nexon had the backbone to implement quality of life improvements which would make the game objectively better, even if they'd previously made money from these systems. And while I sincerely doubt any such thing will happen to vac pets, I mean, the $14 a month you need to maintain one is pretty on par with the average MMO subscription, and you'll end up spending way more than $100 on expansions if you're playing a game like WoW or Final Fantasy XIV long term. Like I said, my problem with vac pets wasn't with the pets themselves, but the precedent they set for major quality of life improvements to be put behind a paywall. So if they just ignore that precedent, if they limit it to vac pets, if they want them to be their subscription, then I think that's completely fair. And the mountain of quality of life improvements they've made since, on top of the buff freezer and second pendant slot changes, has made it seem that's exactly what they're doing. And that's restored my faith that Nexon will continue to improve MapleStory's user experience. My second issue was with the Clover Guild, as its implementation made it seem Nexon hadn't learned from their mistakes with GMS reg servers and were beginning to walk down the same path of adding more and more egregious pay-to-win mechanics that ultimately led to the sorry state they're in today, but now in Reboot. However, well, pay-to-win in general is a whole can of worms about which I have a lot of scalding hot takes. But for now, what I will say is this. If time is money, then money is time. At the end of the day, these are both valuable currencies, and if you want to make any significant progress in a free-to-play MMO, you've got to invest at least one. Some people have more time than money, others have more money than time. So in the context of a server like Reboot, a reasonable amount of capped pay-to-win mechanics, if balanced correctly, is about as fair as it's going to get. In fact, I was ragging on the Symbol Express Pass earlier, but honestly, I think this category of pay-to-win is the best we can hope for. Sure, someone could pay like $2 to skip their arcane symbol dailies and go farm in Grandis for 10 minutes, and they'd be better off than someone who has to spend 10 minutes doing those dailies first, but you get the same number of symbols per day either way, so ultimately the difference is so negligible that this option really is just there for the people who genuinely have more money than time. Of course, personally, I still think it takes away from the purity of the experience. It gives the developers a financial incentive to make dailies and weeklies annoying, and in general, I'd much rather the game be balanced such that anyone can make consistent progress in a reasonable amount of time, but at the end of the day, this is a free-to-play MMORPG. If I got a problem with all that, Terraria is right there. I don't mind vac pets because I've come to see them as a subscription to unlock farming in Grandis. Paying for extra Maple Tour runs doesn't give very much miso, especially after the piggy bank was removed. And if you have so little time to play the game that you're actually considering paying Spiegelman to skip your symbol dailies, then I'd recommend you instead use that money to buy a better game. In general though, I think MapleStories are far more open to pay-to-win mechanics nowadays, largely due to growing up, with a lot of them now falling into that category of having more money than time. In fact, let me read you a post from the MapleStory subreddit made around the release of vac pets, which I found quite interesting. My insight on the concept of vac pets in Reboot. Vac pets are obviously a great tool. I think ever since Sherbet came out, we can agree the rates and additional maps, just everything about it was solid. There are certainly problems with the pet system that need to be revamped 100%, but that being said, vac pets are definitely pay to win in a way that really goes against GMS Reboot, or at least what it was really advertised for. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to pay your way through a chunk of the game. I know I'll buy them when they come out. It just feels weird in this subreddit how people try to justify it. Just say you want pay to win mechanics, you just don't want as much as in reg servers, and get over it. I think this person's mentality makes a lot of sense. Like I said, this is a free-to-play MMORPG. A reasonable amount of capped pay-to-win mechanics is as fair as it's gonna get. However, and I think a lot of people in the broader MapleStory community, felt the Clover Guild was a really good deal. Perhaps even too good. Good enough that it made you begin to question the value of the time you were putting into the game and whether or not it was worth playing. But, as mentioned previously, I've seen quite a few people asking for the return of the Clover Guild nowadays, and yet we haven't seen it in nearly 2 years, so perhaps the GMS team agrees. And my third issue was how, historically, there has been a clear apathy towards and lack of investment in the Western servers from Nexon HQ. Them seemingly lacking any real commitment to maintaining, let alone growing the player base, with the behavior of the GMS devs communicating they simply intended to milk every last bit of cash they could until the population withered away and the server died. Perfectly encapsulated by the removal of Jett. However, in early 2024, Nexon announced they'd be making some minor adjustments to the Korean version of MapleStory, including, but not limited to, a cap on how many misos you could farm per day from mobs, Ursus's deletion, and several changes to the potential system, which, when combined with the complete removal of Reboot's miso acquisition multiplier, meant the relative cost of potting your gear in Korean Reboot just increased by about 1,000%. Now, I could spend the next 10 minutes or so explaining the ramifications of this, or I could show you this table, revealing an 80% decline in the Korean Reboot population in the months following this update, and some basic math indicating a huge chunk of these players did not switch to reg servers, instead opting to quit the game. I could then remind you more than 70% of GMS plays on Reboot, and that a huge portion of K-Boot players switched over relatively recently following the aforementioned controversies surrounding the state of Korean reg, particularly Wonky's Little incident, meaning a lot of them had established reg server accounts to fall back to following the Reboot nerfs, something which does not apply to GMS, as our Reboot servers have held the majority population share for nearly half a decade. Or, in other words, yeah, there was a comet on the way to global MapleStory, and we had 6 months left till extinction. Except, the apocalypse would end up being put on hold. As earlier this year in April, we received a notice from the recently appointed director of global MapleStory operations, Inkwell, who announced there would be no changes to the following in GMS: the maximum amount of misos player can earn while hunting monsters, the availability of cubes and how potentials are obtained and adjusted, the misos acquisition multiplier and price of intense power crystals in Reboot, and the availability of Ursus. Then, approaching the end of May, we received yet another note from Inkwell, this time announcing some direly needed improvements for GMS Interactive. Nice work, Nero. Some lovely additions to the RP shop, and after literal years, we were finally getting Grandis familiars. Up to Burnium, but still, so much better than being stuck in Limina jail. These efforts made it seem, at the very least, that Nexon was beginning to understand the crippling brand damage they'd inflicted upon themselves in the West with their treatment of GMS, and that, perhaps, they'd be able to turn things around. Though, you may have noticed, all the things I've discussed thus far haven't had much to do with gameplay, as I've largely focused on things like precedent and my concerns for the future direction of the game. This stands in contrast to the original point of the MapleStory video, that being I no longer enjoyed playing the game and wanted closure so I could quit in peace. After all, we can discuss the sentiment surrounding MapleStory, the problems with its monetization, and Nexon's business practices all we like, but ultimately, video games are a form of entertainment. At the end of the day, gameplay is king. And in terms of gameplay, MapleStory's changed quite a lot in the last few years. I'd say largely for the better. In fact, I think the game right now is the best it's been in a very long time. And I've genuinely been having lots of fun, which I found to be a rather jarring experience given the severe distaste I've held toward the game for years. And you know what? I don't think it's just me. I've felt overall community sentiment surrounding the game has been quite positive as of late, or at the very least, that attitude has been reflected among my friends. This is something I've found to be quite odd, considering there have been quite a few controversial changes to the GMS, particularly Reboot, experience that received quite a lot of negative attention upon their announcement and are still in effect today. Specifically the nerfs to Kishin, which took away its spawn-enhancing effects in Destiny, and the subsequent removal of T-words in Ignition. However, as time passes, people will adjust, and I think we can now make a less emotional and more logical analysis of these changes and how they've affected the game. In doing so, I believe we can explain both that little oddity I just mentioned and why I've been enjoying the game so much as of late. So, let's look at some numbers, make some rational analyses, perform some logical introspection, and talk about the large-scale effects to character progression caused by the nerfs to Kishin and removal of T-words. Though, I'll warn you right now, this is going to be very long-winded, but I'd say it's worth it, because I think there's a lot of valuable insight to be gained here. Now, a common theme among GMS-exclusive content has been a complete lack of long-term developmental foresight. Hey, won't adding an ability to one character of a roster of 36 that allows them to farm currency and resources upwards of 50% faster than anyone else completely destroy the economy and balance of farming? It'll be fine. Hey, won't adding all this overpowered equipment you can get incredibly easily relative to their base game stat equivalents completely screw up long-term gear progression? It'll be fine. Though, to be fair, this is in no way exclusive to GMS. The instances of it stemming from Korea have just been far less egregious. For example, during the Adventure update in 2019, as usual for the summer-winter patches of that era, you could make a Terra-burning character. However, this time around, Nexon wanted to up the ante. And so, in addition to the temporary cross set you got at 150, you would also get a full permanent set by the time you hit 200. Now, keep in mind, this was over 5 years ago. 1 year after this, during the Rise update, it would take me and my friends over a month of playing 8 hours a day, every day, like the quarantined high school degenerates we were, to clear Chaos Vellum. Getting your craw gear was a massive achievement. And yet, during this event, it would be handed to you on a silver platter just for hitting level 200, which, while Terra burning, barely took me half a day, and even that's just because I was doing a whole mountain of boss prequests along the way. And remember, up until the addition of Eternal Gear in 2022, Craw Armor was endgame. Misusing TV got a character from level 10 to level 200 in 75 minutes without burning 7 years ago. You're telling me I can get an endgame armor set from this event in the same amount of time I spent in my morning physics class in high school? It was so good to the point that, looking back on it, I think it was a bad design choice. Because, for one, it screws with the value of craw gear and reg server, since everyone just gets a set for free, but also because it doesn't just invalidate a huge chunk of early progression, it completely ruins what was one of the best moments for me and my friends back when we started in Reboot. While the temporary set certainly wasn't bad, any upgrades you made to it wouldn't be transferable to your real cross set. And given that among those was a Fafnir weapon, which as a weapon gets incredibly strong potential lines, being disincentivized from upgrading that gear both significantly held you back and ensured clearing Crawl was still a major progression point and a concrete goal in your mind. However, if you just got the set at 200 and could begin upgrading it immediately, not only would you blaze your way through the content leading up to Crawl so much faster, but when you finally cleared it, it would just be like, okay, it's more miso, I guess. I've got duplicates for star forcing now, I guess. The elation of, yeah, we cleared Chaos Root Abyss, just isn't there. And given that Nexon stopped offering permanent Craw gear as part of Terra Burning events just a year later in the Rise update, and to this day still only gives out temporary sets even for hyper burns, I'd wager that they'd agree. However, at the time, I was very upset with the change, because I'd gotten used to that free set with each Terra burn. I'd come to expect it, planned around it, and changed the way I played to account for it. And I mean, it was really nice. It made things so much more convenient and jump-starting that character's progression so much faster. Why do I bring this up? Well, historically, every time spawn enhancers have been nerfed in GMS, the community has gotten very upset, particularly with the nerf to Kishin in Destiny, which removed its spawn enhancing effects entirely, and especially with the subsequent removal of T-words in Ignition. And yeah, why wouldn't they be upset? I mean, seriously, think about how long it takes for you to progress without them. What, like an entire month for you to get this end game armor set? Are you kidding me? Just getting to 200 is so much faster and more convenient. To be fair, this is not an apples to apples comparison, but for one, why the hell can't I compare apples to oranges? They're both fruit. More importantly, however, I think the point stands that just because something's nice or convenient or speeds up progression, that does not necessarily make it a good addition to the game. Now, I've always been a huge advocate for ripping the band-aid off. If your bones are rotting away due to the complications from a crippling axe wound, the correct course of action is not to pile on more and more bandages to cover it up, it's to treat the underlying infection. So, I think what we really ought to be asking is, what's the source of our infection? How crippling is our axe wound, and to what degree has the bone rotted away? Or, in other words, why were, and to a degree are, spawn enhancers so important to so many people? While the answer to that question may seem quite obvious, I think the underlying reasons are actually far more complicated. But first, let's take a step back, because I have a confession to make. Going from struggling with all my heart to beat End Cygnus to barely duoing End Lotus after 8 hours of back-to-back attempts to gearing up for our first End Lucid clear was some of the best character progression I've felt in any game ever. It was so good, man. The pacing was perfect. However, you want to know what happened the moment we beat Lucid? I realized, oh, we have to struggle through that boss for 11 more weeks to buy our arcane weapons? Wait, Will's a level 250 boss, which means we're doing 50% reduced final damage to him right now. So we can't even get the arcane shoulders for 5 set until we've all leveled a bunch, and we'll need 30 weeks of Lucid Clear's worth of coins to buy the other 4 pieces in the meantime. Say, what do we even get from the next boss tier anyway? Absolab boxes from H. Dotus? Arcane boxes from H. Lucid? I mean, sure, the arcanes are nice, but the Absolab boxes are basically useless since we're already working on replacing them with arcanes. And remember, back then, these bosses didn't drop boxes, they dropped a random piece from the set. And given that, of my dozens of clears of bosses up to and including HV Hilla, plus 3 black mage clears, I have exactly 8 armor boxes to show for it. Chances are, you'll end up buying most of the arcane set anyway. So, in light of all that, what do we even get for pushing our characters past this point? Pitch drops that are not real, basically useless until you have like 4 of them thanks to Sweetwater and Gollux, and would have boomed anyway? Keep in mind, we started playing on June 10th, 2020, yet we're gearing up to face and Lucid by the end of August. Or, in other words, barely 11 weeks after making our characters, we were now staring down the barrel of 30 weeks of boss clears to get our arcanes, and things only seemed to get worse from there. Point being, MapleStory's overall progression curve followed its leveling curve. Abruptly and enormously exponential. And you want to know the biggest culprit behind that? Spawn boosters. Allow me to read you a comment from a post regarding the difference between Starforce prices in GMS and Korea. I've seen people say that GMS is the only server with increased Starforce costs, but this page clearly says TMS non-reboot also has increased costs. Judging from the formulas sourced from Strategy Wiki, for TMS it would be 10 to 11 is 2x Korean prices, 11 to 15 is 6x Korean prices, 15 to 20 is 4x Korean prices, and 20 to 25 is 5x Korean prices. Wouldn't you know it, TMS, the server where frenzy totems are as common as vac pets, has vastly increased prices for Starforce. It's almost as if Starforce is a system designed primarily to drain Miso from the economy, leading to a direct correlation between spawn boosters and Starforce costs. But before I get more into that, I first need to discuss what happens on the opposite end of this curve. Because while mid to late game progression was enormously handicapped by the ridiculous amount of kanna inflation applied to high-level Starforcing, the costs of cubing were completely untouched. Combined with our tier up rates being something like 5x out of the Korean server, and farming with either a kishin or T-word meant you'd be progressing your potentials somewhere in the range of 8 to 9 times faster than Korean reboot. This is, without a doubt, the biggest reason we were able to blaze our way up to the gates of Lucid as fast as we did, as potting up our craw gear plus whatever we could from the boss accessory set was more than enough to get our Absols and start farming Gollux for superiors. However, the speed at which we progressed up to that point is also why it felt like the Arcane River bosses brought us to such a screeching halt. Again, these characters were made 11 weeks prior, meaning we had 0 spares for most of our equipment, so we'd be safeguarding most of our gear while starforcing, and remember, you used to be able to drop stars from 11 to 14 and could boom starting at 12. Thus, for most of our items, we were paying somewhere around 500 million misos to get them to 15 stars and 30% off, before hitting the massive wall that is 15 plus starring in GMS, where we pay 167% base rates from 15 to 18, 182% for 18 to 20, and 200% at 20 plus, spending another 500 mil each to 17 star them on 5, 10, 15. This meant we'd be spending around 15 billion misos to get our gear from 10 to 17 stars, compared to the 7 billion we needed for a full set of legendary equips while cubing on DMT, where your tier up rates are doubled. Put another way, you could get 35 pieces of equipment to legendary, enough for a full set of drop, miso, and damage gear, with the same amount of money required to safeguard a single arcane from 12 to 19 stars on 5, 10, 15. Because another thing to remember is, back then, we did not have Shining Starforce. Things were even more lopsided in our case, as we also got to buy 90 red and black cubes for 25% off during the July 2020 DMT, which, when you put all these factors together, allowed us to get all our gear to legendary just a few weeks after we started. Or at least it would have if the event had worked. In fact, in such a case, we probably could have taken down Lucid within 12 weeks of making our characters. So, in summary, the massively increased farming rates provided by spawn boosters, combined with the massively increased potential tier up rates we enjoy in GMS, allowed you to absolutely tear your way up the boss ladder before slamming you face first into the near insurmountable wall that is starring past 17, collecting arcane dupes, and waiting for pitched. All incredibly RNG dependent systems that made it very possible to go months at a time without seeing any meaningful progress, because the drop rates for these items are so low and they'd often blow up before you could make good use of them anyway. Plus, the miso cost of star forcing being jacked to the heavens to counterbalance the effects of spawn boosters meant you were insane if you didn't wait for the right starring event, and even then you'd still be paying 43% more compared to starring on SSF. And since boss meals were nowhere near as profitable at the time, all of this meant you'd be grinding for dozens upon dozens of hours to save up the misos you'd burn through so much faster for so much less gains than you would today as you threw all that hard-earned cash into an endless black hole of RNG. This felt terrible. Not just because early game progression systems weren't tuned to account for spawn enhancers the same way Star Force was, making that curve feel even more lopsided, but especially because the progression systems you began focusing on to push through the mid to late game relied so heavily on luck. You wanna know why I thought everything up to End Lucid felt so good? Because every day I'd run my bosses for a new piece of the accessory set. I'd sell the crystals and run Ursus plus Maple Tour to get the money to cube them into drop miso gear. I'd use the miso gear to farm mountains of cash while T-wording, and the drop gear to get stronger but rare pieces of equipment like the Dominator Pendant and Black Bean Mark from these early bosses. I combined that with the Sweetwater Tattoo I got from Commerce C and the Lionheart armor I got from Cygnus to make some damage gear to clear the Chaos Root Abyss. I replaced my temp cross set with a real cross set and used the massive strength boost from upgrading it to start struggle clearing Gollux and Endotus to get our superior equips and Absolab gear, all of which put us firmly on the road to End Lucid. Everything leading up to the Arcane River bosses felt so good because progression was so consistent. Yes, there was still lots of RNG involved, but the numbers you were working with were far more reasonable and you had far more options to help deal with bad luck. While cubing is highly luck dependent, a 5% chance to go from unique to legendary with a black cube at 22 mil each is not bad at all, and rolling for any 2-line stat with reds is very cheap. Yes, you will occasionally not hit that 5% for upwards of 100 cubes in a row, but it's not as if you can fail a cube and your item blows up or anything like that. Yes, you can easily go weeks to months without seeing a single Dominator Pendant, Black Bean Mark, or especially Papulatus Mark, but you can just run Commerce C for the pendant and monocle instead. And yes, the superior belt and earrings could simply refuse to drop from Gollux indefinitely. But if you actually ended up being that unlucky, then you can just buy them with coins. Sure, it might not be very efficient to do a lot of these things, but it's a hell of a lot better than not having the items at all. Now, it might sound strange to hear me say these things given how scathing I've been towards GMS content, so let me make this perfectly clear. I stand by everything I've previously said, both in this video and the last. Commerce trade runs are insufferable. Transposing is a stupid mechanic. Gollux is a terrible boss, and for some reason they added an instance limit to Princess No, which is hilarious, by the way. And you know what? Let's be fair here. As much as I've been praising early game gear progression, unless your folks are a bunch of sadists, the bosses you get these items from are nothing to write home about either. Arcarium is bad, Horntail is annoying, Magnus is awful, and Pink Bean is atrocious. But the gear progression experience I got from engaging with all this content was genuinely amazing. And so the prospect of going from that to spending 90 plus minutes a week struggling through H. Woosed and C10 to roll a 2 to 4% for arcane boxes that aren't affected by drop rate enhancements or a tiny chance that they're pitched seems so utterly pointless, especially since I'd be grinding for months to save the misos I'd need to star that gear past 17. Of course, kishin and T-words didn't just affect the economics of character progression, as they altered the experience in other more subtle ways, too. Given how RNG reliant the methods of progression I'd be using to push past Enwoosted were, that's when it really started to feel like the game expected me to diversify my time investment if I wanted to maintain consistent gains, mainly by leveling Link and Legion mules. However, back then, the level difference final damage multiplier in Reboot was huge, and there were 0 EXP completion rewards for symbol dailies, which, by the way, took me upwards of 30 minutes because these stupid-ass mini-games used to be a daily. Combined with boss crystals selling for 40% less than they do nowadays, if I wanted to overcome that minus 5% FD per level difference and that 50+% higher average cost to 21 star an item, then I had to grind, okay? I needed the T-word like crazy. This resulted in a huge amount of opportunity cost for doing pretty much anything, because farming was without a doubt the largest source of EXP and misos. But at the same time, I needed to be working on other characters. I recently hit 8.5k Legion and got all my level 3 links, and they add up to a 59% overall damage increase compared to an empty grid with nothing linked. However, not only did I not really want to do any of this, just in general, because I actually didn't want to play Arc, Beast Tamer, 3 Explorer Mages, 3 Explorer Thieves, Angelic Buster, Hayato Kana, 4 default resistance characters, Kinesis, and Cadena. I wanted to play Demon Slayer, but you want to know what was one of the best ways to level a Legion mule back in the day? Popping a T-word on them, which I need to be using on my main to push levels and farm misos. Do you want to know how long it took me to level a mechanic to 140? 11 hours. 11 hours? Are you serious? That could have been 10 bill plus a level and a half on my main. Point being, the progression systems I began focusing on once I was full 2-line legendary 17 star lacked the same sense of vertical integration the early game had, which only exacerbated that feeling of everything grinding to a halt. Now, at the time, people had already been going on and on about how terrible high-end star forcing was and how abysmal pitch drop rates were for years. But something that I think went largely overlooked is the number of people who just quietly quit the moment they had to engage with these systems. Because personally, when we first beat N-Will, I genuinely felt like we'd beaten the game, and that progression-wise, there really wasn't anything else worth going for that was reasonably attainable. It's fine for a game to have a progression curve. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it makes sense to have one, as if the enemies you're facing are getting stronger and stronger, then it follows that you're gonna have to put in more and more work to be able to take them on. And that increase is not going to be linear. If you lift the exact same 15-pound dumbbells forever, your muscles aren't going to keep growing at the same rate indefinitely. If you want to keep getting stronger, at some point, you're going to have to put on more plates. However, to continue this analogy, Spawn Enhancers created an environment where it was so pathetically easy to get those early gym gains until all of a sudden you needed to put on 50 pounds of steel and start juicing up on 12 different PEDs if you wanted to make any real progress. And it made pushing into the mid to late game feel awful. And all of that is to say nothing of the toxic gameplay habits Kishin and T-Words incentivized. See, the biggest problem with Kishin wasn't actually the spawn boosting effect inherently, but rather that lots of people felt obligated to play a character they didn't really like because of the enormous disparity in farming capability created by the spawn boosting effect. If you were someone who didn't like Kana and just farmed on your main anyway, your ability to progress would be significantly, and I'd say unjustly, slowed for the crime of playing the game in the way you find most enjoyable, as you'd still be paying those massively hiked Star Force prices despite not farming on a Kana to make up the difference, for which your only alternative was using a second PC to kishin yourself. Which I've always found to be hilarious, by the way. Since its inception, Reboot has been hailed as the free-to-play server, or at the very least, the not egregiously pay-to-win server. And yet, for a very long time, by spending hundreds of dollars or more on a second computer to follow yourself around and cast Kishin on whatever map you were farming, you could progress something like 80% faster on your main. Sounds pretty pay to win to me. And while T-words were certainly a step in the right direction, as they gave everyone access to a spawn booster with an equivalent effect to Kishin, it introduced a new problem, as they were limited to 17 per month, cost a lot of rewards points, and could only be used for 2 hours. This meant if you wanted to make the most of each T-word, you had to stock up on coupons, make sure you were free for the next 2 hours, and lock in, farming very actively and paying super close attention to your rotations to take full advantage of the accelerated spawn rate and increased mob count. Again, for 120 minutes straight. This was exhausting, especially since the spawn boosting effect only lasted 2 minutes at a time, meaning you had to remember to constantly reapply it lest those precious minutes tick down without the T-word active. And this is where people will say, oh, no one's forcing you to farm the full 2 hours. Yeah? No one was forcing you to 2 PC Kishin either. Oh, just don't play Kanna. I didn't. I only got a Kanna to 200 for the Lincoln Legion effect 2 months ago. Oh, just don't farm the full 2 hours. I didn't. I've used more T-words to shorten my dailies to 20 minutes before logging off than I have for actual farming sessions. And yet, I still had to pay 50+% higher Star Force prices despite not earning even close to enough misos to make up for it from the things that brought about those price hikes to begin with. Or, in other words, once again, my ability to progress is being significantly slowed for the crime of playing the game in the way I find most enjoyable. Just like 2 PC Kishin, just like farming on Kanna. As I said in the MapleStory video, my biggest problem with spawn boosters was that I could not play the game at my own pace in the manner I found most fun if I wanted to make the most of the resources available to me, yet still had to bear the brunt of the economic damage they'd done to the game despite enjoying basically none of their benefits. However, spawn boosters have since been removed from Reboot. So why don't we go over some of the problems they created once more, see how the progression curve has shifted following their removal, look at how players have adapted, and analyze some of the long-term effects it's had on the game. Now, the central issue I brought up earlier is how lopsided the presence of spawn boosters made progression feel, how exponential it made that curve. Getting all my gear to legendary was so pathetically easy, largely because the cost of cubing was unchanged despite the massive boost to miso income provided by Kishin and T-words. While this wasn't inherently a bad thing, the problem arose when my rapidly accelerated progression catapulted me straight into the near insurmountable wall that was pushing beyond Unwoosid due to the enormous spawn booster tax we paid starting past 15. This was especially an issue because the result of the speed at which I'd gone to this point was a tiny stock of item duplicates, meaning I'd be safeguarding pretty much everything, increasing the relative cost of Star Force even further. Progression also lost the sense of vertical integration that made the early game feel so rewarding. I went from assembling the boss accessory set, turning it into drop miso gear, and using that to farm and get better items so I can make damage gear, to being pulled in near opposite directions, feeling like I should be working on my links and Legion while also needing to grind on my main for EXP and misos, which felt terrible in comparison. Additionally, while the progression methods I'd used to get strong enough for Unwoosid certainly weren't linear, the numbers I was working with were good enough to be relatively consistent, and there were multiple methods through which I could circumvent any outliers. Whereas past that point, I became heavily reliant on pure RNG systems with terrible rates, uncapped variation, and no pity, making it very easy to just not progress, or even lose progress, due to nothing more than bad luck. And beyond all that, what was even the point of pushing past these bosses? Why on earth would I subject myself to 20 plus minutes of hard Damien when I can nuke normal in less than a minute? For Absolab boxes that are basically useless? For a tiny chance at an eye patch that would probably blow up before I'd even gain anything by putting it on? Oh, but Hard Lucid can drop arcane boxes. Yeah, at a rate of 2 to 4%, and even if I did get one, I'd have to farm for like 10 hours to get enough misos to 19-star it. Getting our characters past full 2-line legendary 17-star took so much work, so much time, was so RNG reliant, so frustrating to deal with, and ultimately felt so incredibly unrewarding. However, with the removal of spawn boosters came an enormous reduction in Star Force prices. Prior to the Destiny update, getting a crop piece from 17 to 21 on 30% off would cost around 8.4 bill. Nowadays, it's around 5.4 bill on 30% off and 3.9 on SSF. Getting an Arcane from 17 to 19 on 5, 10, 15 would run you around 9.4 bill back then, 5.6 now, and 4.3 on SSF. And while this isn't exactly a representative example of most players' progression experience, to highlight just how huge of a difference this cost reduction could make, getting an Arcane from 12 to 22 stars on 5, 10, 15 once cost an average of 49.4 billion misos, yet now costs just 22.3 on SSF. The 20% reduction to Star Force cost, paired with the removal of Kishin spawn boosting effects in Destiny, combined with the additional 20% paired with the removal of keywords from the RP shop in Ignition, has reduced overall starring cost by around 36% on either basic starring event, and 53% including the addition of SSF. However, Kishin and T-words increased your miso rates by something like 80%, not to mention the massive boost and stuff like EXP gains they also provided. Plus, it's not as if SSF was added as part of compensation for the removal of Kishin spawn boosting effects. It just so happened that Destiny was when the event started running in Korea. So, how exactly does this even out? Well, put simply, it doesn't. Not from farming, anyway. See, another change we got in Destiny was a 66% increase to the sell value of boss crystals, ushering in a new age. The boss mule meta. Arguably the best thing to ever happen to Reboot, and here's why. I've stated multiple times now that I hate making Legion mules, except that's not exactly correct. For me, the real issues lie with the opportunity cost problems I mentioned earlier and the sheer number of characters you have to create. Sure, I like Demon Avenger, Dual Blade, Kali, Ilium, and so on, but back then, all that really meant was leveling them would be moderately more enjoyable than usual before I left them at 200 to 10 to rot forever. And even then, the number of characters I'm actually interested in playing barely makes a dent in the 42 total that can contribute to your Legion. Plus, again, every second I spend grinding a Legion mule is a second I could have spent grinding my main. However, the substantial increase to the value of boss crystals, nerfs to Kishin, and addition of EXP rewards for symbol dailies in Destiny, combined with the removal of T-words and addition of Monster Park Extreme in Ignition, both enormously increased the value of investing in other characters and enormously decreased the opportunity cost of doing so, as raw grinding your main no longer provided the exceeding majority of EXP and misos for most players, including myself. And so now, once I'd finished my 15-20 minute dailies, I felt free to pretty much do whatever. This made Legion grinding feel so much better because if I thought a character looked interesting, why not just make one? If I like them, I'll turn them into a boss mule, and if I don't, then it's not like I lost anything. I won't be going, man, those 2 hours could have gotten me 1.8 bill and 12% EXP on my main. Trying out a bunch of characters in this manner improves my links and Legion, and anyone I like gets turned into a boss mule to crank up my miso income even further, all of which helps my main get stronger faster. This brought back the sense of vertical integration I'd sorely missed from the early game, and when compared to mindlessly jumping in a square for hours on end while grinding, I found playing a variety of characters, reading their stories, and running bosses on them to be a far more fun and engaging way to progress. I can get a boss meal strong enough to solo Endotus and below in 20-25 minutes with around 15 bill and 1,000 notes. This meant it would take quite some time for me to get my boss meals online, especially since I'd be waiting for progression events, so you want to know what I did in the meantime? I did my simple dailies, completed my Haven and Dark World Treat weeklies, ran my bosses, got some Dom pendants, farmed some Kanna rings, and amassed a fortune in Gollux coins. These are all more or less daily weekly gated, so diverting my attention to other characters gave me time to build up a large supply of duplicates for starring, since safeguarding is a goddamn scam. And let me make this very clear. This does mean early to mid-game progression has been tangibly slowed down. There's no doubt about that. However, one of the problems I mentioned earlier was that spawn boosters catapulted me straight into the stage of the game where I had to start worrying about item duplicates so quickly that I had basically zero time to stock up on any of them, causing the already inflated cost of star forcing to swell even further. And so, combine being slowed down like this as I invested in my boss meals with the massively reduced star force prices I discussed earlier, and all of a sudden, the utterly abysmal progression curve that let me blaze my way up the early boss ladder before bringing me to a screeching halt that killed all my motivation to keep playing the game, has been significantly flattened. As of writing this script, I have 3 boss meals. One solos up to Elucid, the other 2 up to Endotus. Clearing all my bosses on these characters plus my main takes a bit over 2 hours and nets me around 7 bill a week. Making a boss meal improves my links, my legion, and my miso income. This doesn't just strengthen my main, it also makes it easier to get my next boss meal online, which makes the next one even easier, and the one after that easier still. This means we get to have our cake and eat it too, okay? We get to have that progression curve that makes each step up the boss ladder feel like a greater and greater challenge, while also giving us the means to ride that curve. Because while the amount of misos you need to invest into a character to take on each successive boss tier does increase exponentially, so does your ability to gather those misos. Stacking boss mules, collecting item dupes while I put them together, and saving money for SSF has made it so easy to brute force my way to 20+ stars. Like I said, I make 7 bill a week for a bit over 2 hours of bossing. Nowadays, that's like 1.5 21s worth of miso a week at a rate of 3.5 bill an hour. And something I want you to keep in mind is a lot of these mid to late game progression systems are still terrible, okay? It's just the massive reduction to Star Force prices combined with the insane return on investment I get from boss mules has made them far more approachable. When you combine that with the level difference final damage multiplier now being far more lenient when you're underleveled and far more powerful when you're overleveled, the addition of the Dawn boss set, and especially 6 job, all of a sudden I can completely leapfrog pitched and 18+ star arcanes instead going straight to liberation. When me and my friends started running Black Mage, if you averaged out our combat power, it would have been something like 65 mil. I had 17 star arcanes, pretty much everything else 21, and the rest of my party's gear wasn't much better or worse all around. And yet, our first clear took less than half the time limit. This resolved the feeling I had of there being no point pushing our characters past Enwusid because the stage of the game where I'd be doing 20+ minute struggle runs hoping for an arcane duplicate I couldn't afford to star or a pathetic chance at a pitch drop that would have boomed anyway has effectively been removed. Right now, the main things preventing me and my friends from getting Eternal gear isn't a lack of 20+ star arcanes or pitched. It's not being liberated, having too little sacred force, being too low level, and not enough progress on our 6 job. All of which are linear progression systems that provide an enormous damage boost. Pitched is still shit, and access to arcanes is still awful. In fact, that one's arguably gotten worse, given how little time you spend in the Arcane River, as Hyperburning now zips you straight to Grandis, but you can largely ignore all of that and still make tons of progress anyway. In fact, I've begun to see starting rare equipment pieces as more of a funny event that happens every now and then, rather than something my ability to progress seriously hinges on, which feels so much better. Me and the hero in my guild can duo H Lotus in 2 minutes, H Damien in 3, H Lucid in 6, H Will in 9, and my full party clears C Tenny bosses in 2 bursts or less. At this point, sure, why not roll for the arcane dupes and pitched? Overall, if you were to start playing in Heroic today, it would take a little longer to get your gear potted up, and it'd be quite some time till you could justify the node investment and some boss meals in for your income to start scaling, but in return for the early to mid game being moderately slowed down, the mid to late game has been enormously sped up, which I think is absolutely worth it. In fact, personally, I don't even think the early game is that much worse, given the boss crystal price increase applied to daily bosses as well. If you're fresh off a hyperburn and just unlocked your 6th job, at the very least, you'll be strong enough to solo End Dotus and party up for End Woosit. Weekly bosses probably bring in around 1.6 bill, daily bosses net you around 770 mil, Ursus and Maple Tour get you around 1 bill, plus a bit extra from dailies. You could easily be making 3.4 bill a week. Besides, it's not as if new players could afford the 27,000 rewards points per month for all 15 T-words, especially after daily bosses were nerfed to only give 30, and I seriously doubt most players would even want to use them all anyway. Which, by the way, is something I feel a lot of the people against the removal of T-words just gloss over whenever they're discussing these changes. I can guarantee you the vast majority of players didn't farm anywhere close to all 34 hours each month. I only farmed all 17 of a month's T-words once ever, and that's while I was a quarantined high school student on summer break, with it being a similar story for most of my friends. And you know what? Even then, the only reason I had enough RP to buy every T-word is because the Rise Update Maple Relay was giving me 1,200 rewards points a day. Oh, just install MapleStory M. Oh, for sure, man. I'm sure anyone trying to get into the game would be frothing at the mouth when they were told to go do autoplay dailies on the mobile version. Especially if they were also told to go level a Mercedes, Evan, and Aaron before doing anything else. That definitely wasn't a great filter that caused a huge number of players to bounce off the game immediately. And I'm sure there'll be people out there who try and say I only think all that because me and my friends are a bunch of daily story casuals who drop the game immediately as soon as each seasonal update is over, which for starters I find to be absolutely psychotic, considering the 5 of us have collectively put upwards of 8,000 hours into the game in the last 4 years alone. But you know what? Let's run with it, because I think it'll help illustrate just how few people actually use these things enough to make up for the increased Star Force prices. There is a system in MapleStory called Maple Achievement, which tracks various milestones people hit in-game. By hovering over an achievement, you can see its global completion rate, with this percentage being relative to the number of players who've opened the Maple Achievements window at least once, which also happens to give you your first achievement and thus has a 100% completion rate. Of course, included in this percentage will be a mountain of players who opened Maple Achievements one time 5 years ago and quit not long after, so I don't think using this as a baseline would be very accurate. Instead, I'll use Chaos Vellum, as he has a much higher PDR than any prior boss, meaning you need to know enough about the game's progression systems to roll an Ignore defense line or two on your WSE, while also requiring a good degree of mechanical skill to weave your damage in while dodging his attacks. Overall, I think he's a good benchmark for anyone who's giving Maple a serious shot, but is definitely still just getting started. The global completion rate for Chaos Vellum's clear achievement is 20.1%. The global completion rate for normal Lotus's clear achievement is 14.79%, which converts to a relative clear rate of 73.58%. Normal Lucid has a relative clear rate of 44.48%, Hard Lotus converts to 43.83%, Hard Lucid converts to 42.59%, Hard Varus Hilla to 24.13%, and one of our most recent achievements, Black Mage, converts to 16.82%. Now, at the time of the Ignition patch, of our group of 5 4 of us believe the removal of T-words to be an overall positive change. And despite currently being the second strongest in my guild, as I said, I've probably used more T-words for dailies than actual grind sessions, because past that summer quarantine in high school, I rarely found myself with a 2-hour block to dedicate to T-wording, and rarer still would I find myself actually wanting to. Even if I include the instances where I grinded on T-word for, say, 30 minutes to an hour, the majority of my use cases would still be, this T-word's about to expire because I just never ended up using it to farm. Guess my symbol dailies will be 10 minutes faster today. So, do you really want to make the argument we're only largely in favor of the removal of T-words because we're a bunch of filthy casuals? I was scraping together every penny I could from Ursus and Maple Tour, selling boss crystals for 3/5 of what they're worth now, and use that money to pay for exorbitant Starforce prices, despite probably seeing way less than 20% extra miso from the very T-words that justified those markups, and it made me want to quit the game. When it became clear to me just how many hours I'd have to lock in on T-word to make any real progress past N-will, it killed any and all interest I had in taking a single boss past him seriously. And if that's how bad it was for me, a casual, then god damn, imagine how bad it must have been for the 83% of hyper casuals below us. And no, this isn't because, oh, well, if you hate grinding, then it makes sense that all your friends would hate it too. So, of course, the change was an overall positive for you guys. If anything, my distaste for farming makes me the outlier among my friends. And keep in mind, these are people who only farmed 3 to 4 T-words per month. Now, if you're actively engaged in MapleStory discourse, a lot of this might be quite surprising to hear, as, like I said, the community response to the kishin nerfs and removal of T-words was largely negative. However, something you have to understand is the vast majority of people do not interact with the socials of the games they play. A bit over a year ago, there was a poll on the MapleStory subreddit asking whether people played through Steam or the Nexon launcher, with the results indicating a 65-35 split favoring the launcher. Though I imagine the overall numbers would be skewed more towards Steam, as anyone who cares enough about the game to be on the subreddit voting on this poll is statistically more likely to be an older player still using the OG launcher, so let's instead assume a 50-50 split. Now, the most upvoted post of all time on the sub is a post asking for a show of support in receiving the permanent second pendant slot rather than having to refresh it every month, which currently sits at 3,500 updoots. Said post was made on August 5th, 2023. At the time, MapleStory was hitting around 7,000 players on Steam, which at that 50-50 split converts to around 14,000 players, or in other words, even for MapleStory, a game that inherently requires a very high level of commitment given how little it teaches you, meaning your average player is far more likely to be involved in community discussion, a population only equivalent to around 25% of peak daily concurrent players, which, by the way, does not necessarily mean 25% of these players voted, as a lot of these votes are likely from people who aren't playing but still keep up with the game, and is also not even close to 25% of active players, as not everyone plays every single day and they don't all get on at the exact same time, were engaged enough to click one single button that effectively said, yes, I want the game to be less annoying, on the sub's most upvoted post of all time. Even if we use the votes on the straw poll itself as our benchmark, it still only jumps to around 31%, and again, this is all after assuming Steam's percentage share of the player base to be 43% higher than reported by the poll. Though, to be fair, I'm talking as if 31% of peak daily concurrent players isn't a substantial amount. It absolutely is. But again, this is on the sub's most upvoted post of all time. To compare, the most upvoted post I could find protesting the nerfs to Kishin has 237, with similarly well-received posts landing somewhere in that ballpark. And the most upvoted post I could find protesting the removal of T-words came from Muffwell, funnily enough, currently sitting at 530, again with similarly well-received posts falling somewhere in that range, which is a far cry from 3,500. In fact, after sorting by all-time most upvoted and scrolling until the site stopped loading more posts, I could only find one even marginally related to the removal of spawn boosters, as it was made a couple weeks after T-words were taken out of the RP shop, currently sitting at 714 updates. And even with our significantly increased assumed percentage share for Steam, not a single one of these posts break 8% of peak daily concurrent players at the time. Moreover, a survey posted 3 months after the removal of T-words indicated 85% of players felt positive neutral about the game as a whole, with 35% explicitly stating they love it, whereas only 15% said they hate it. And since there'll probably be a few people out there who take issue with me not including what I believe is a joke answer in the negative group, consider this. On a separate poll made a bit over a month following the removal of T-words, 85% of players said they kept playing regardless, 88% of that group said they had no intention of quitting to begin with, and the most upvoted comment on that thread reads, "It became more and more clear just how infrequently I actually totemed." Additionally, around the same time that Moffwell made his case against the removal of T-words, u/Izzy posted a 7,000-word essay to the MapleStory subreddit arguing largely in favor of the change. This was done a few weeks ahead of the Ignition patch, meaning people they're most emotional given the sudden announcement just a week prior and would have had zero time to adjust given the changes weren't out. And yet, despite all that, despite being a 7,000-word essay arguing almost entirely in favor of the removal of T-words on the MapleStory subreddit, where people are generally more likely to be more dedicated players for whom spawn boosters provided a greater share of their gains, it still managed to get 464 upvotes, which I think goes to show, even back then, people fucking hated these things. All of which is to say, I'd bet for most of the people playing the game right now, the removal of T-words and spawn enhancers in general was largely a buff, because most people weren't farming even close to enough to make full use of them, making the 20% reductions to Starforce costs when they were removed, combined with the boss crystal price increase, the addition of Symbol Daily EXP, Monster Park Extreme, and Hyper Burning, result in an overall improvement. However, while I do hope the last 50 minutes of yapping was enough to convince you spawn enhancers ought to be removed from Reboot, or at the very least, that the removal wasn't just some blind decision to bring GMS more in line with Korea, it's not as if I'm the first person to think of all this. People have been actively discussing these topics for years. And as I just highlighted, one of the MapleStory subreddit's most popular posts regarding the removal of T-words was a 7,000-word essay largely arguing for the change. Overall, I'd say most of the points I've brought forward and problems I've highlighted regarding spawn enhancers have been known for a very long time, and yet people were still furious upon their removal. And here's the thing, despite everything I've said about why spawn enhancers were terrible for the game and every example I've highlighted to show how the removal has improved it, I still think people had every right to be mad. Because while the removal of spawn enhancers was a huge improvement for casuals like me, that wasn't really the case for the sort of mid-core players who regularly did 30 minutes or so on their kanna, or who were farming consistently but rarely beyond their 17 T-words per month. The guy in my guild who was unhappy with their removal in Ignition being a good example. See, here's something to consider. In April of 2022, around 2 months prior to the Destiny update where kishin spawn boosting effects would be removed, 25% of all characters level 255 plus were kanna. Reminder that, at the time, there were 49 characters in the game. Man, people must have really loved Kanna, huh? I mean, seriously, she had nearly triple the population of the second most popular character in that bracket, Adele, and yet, a bit over 2 years later, her population share has dropped to 4% of a roster of 50. What happened? obviously a quarter of all 255 plus characters being Kanna wasn't the result of people mistakenly thinking her Link skill went to level 3 before deciding they loved the character so much they wanted to take her to Black Mage. It's because Kishin let you farm at 180% of base rates without limiting you to 17 2-hour time slots per month. And you have to understand, Kishin had these spawn enhancing effects for nearly a decade. Okay, people had been working on their kannas for years, because despite how unbelievably strong the spawn boosting effects were, Nexon seemed perfectly content to just leave it in the game. So when all of a sudden Nexon announces they're taking away the only reason a huge chunk of these people saw Kanna as anything more than 15% damage on their main after they'd sunk billions of misos, hundreds of hours, and thousands of nodes into them to fully capitalize on Kishin's boosted spawn, of course they're going to be mad. And don't forget how abrupt the timeline was for these changes. The nerf to Kishin was announced in January, applied in June, and then T-words were gone in November. That's the real problem here. The incompetence, the lies, the deception, the disrespect. Because you know all the positives of the removal of spawn enhancers I've gone over? The flattening of the progression curve, pushing your characters through the mid to late game being made far more rewarding, losing the feeling of opportunity cost as working on other characters gains a sense of vertical integration, and so on. You want to know how many of these points were decided by Nexon as part of their reasoning for the removal of spawn enhancers in Reboot? 0. Nexon's official justification for all this was to resolve lag and server instability, which, as I said in my original MapleStory video, I really don't like assuming malice on the part of someone's actions simply because at the end of the day it's just speculation. But you know what else is just speculation? Every single thing I said as to why the removal of spawn enhancers was a good change, because Nexon didn't have the spine to list a single one of them as their justification for the removal. Oh, the servers just couldn't handle the increased spawn rates. For sure. I recall a bug from a while back where any spawn enhancement effects applied to a map would last indefinitely until a server restart or patch. The performance was so bad, people were asking for it to be made permanent. Nexon has a long, documented history of twisting facts, and in a lot of cases straight up lying, to try and slip controversial changes through, such as when they announced they'd be removing 2x drop coupons from the cash shop and reg servers because it was a low popularity item, despite it being quite the opposite. And when they were called out on this, they went, oops, we only took purchases with NX into account. When we factored in Maple Point purchases, the share of transactions went from 0.28% to 2.11% of all purchases in the entire cash shop. But guess what? We're removing it anyway because it had nothing to do with being a low popularity item to begin with. This is exactly what I'm talking about, man. The incompetence, the lies, the deception, the disrespect is unbelievable. If these things were so overpowered, so game-breaking they had to be removed, then why the hell did you leave them in the game for nearly 10 years? Were you not paying attention? Did you just not care? And when you finally got around to axing them, you didn't even have the backbone to give a real reason for why they needed to go. You didn't have the guts to say something that could be interpreted as wanting people to progress slower. In fact, you know what? I'll just say it for you. Yes, in a lot of cases, the removal of spawn enhancers would make people progress slower, and I just spent the last hour explaining why I think it was a good change regardless. Let me tell you something, I've been an avid Demon Slayer main since like 2013, okay? Mothwell is my fucking idol. However, as mentioned previously, he was staunchly against the removal of T-words from Reboot back in the day, and while that may have changed since, ultimately there's a very real possibility he ends up watching this video and thinks to himself, man, this guy's a fucking idiot. And that's okay, because everything I've said is something I believe to be true from the bottom of my heart, and I've always been willing to stand behind my words. Following the keyword removal announcement, I deliberately chose not to purchase a single one from the RP shop, despite having more than enough rewards points to buy at least half of them. At the time, my main was level 257, I had 2 level 210 craw mules, both of whom had level 3 to 5 boost nodes and 1 to 2 skill nodes, and even now, I'm 100 plus uniques deep into familiars without a single percent boss or percent attack fam to show for it. I could have used them as much as anyone else, but I truly believed their removal was the right choice for the future of the game. I was willing to stand by my decision back then, and I'm willing to write 20,000 words reaffirming it now. There being people out there who think negatively of me because of that is something I can accept. In fact, I'd go so far as to say if you don't have the fire in your heart to write a 38-page manifesto justifying the radical changes you're making to your game, nor the blazing passion to shout it from the rooftops despite knowing how many people might hate you for it, then maybe you shouldn't be steering the fucking ship. Lag and server instability was a complete lie. I know it, you know it, and Nexon knows it too. And something I touched on a few minutes ago, which should be noted here, is the duality of most casual players not interacting with the game's socials. As the other side of that coin is the most hardcore players will often be heavily engaged in community discussion. The players for whom spawn enhancers provided way more than 20% extra miso. That's why the overall sentiment surrounding these changes was resoundingly negative on these platforms. These are the people who were so dedicated to the game they were willing to get a second computer to kishin themselves. They were willing to farm on a character they probably didn't like for hundreds to thousands of hours across several years, and they were willing to do MapleStory M dailies so they could lock in for 17 2-hour time slots per month. These were some of MapleStory's most dedicated players who've poured years of their life into the game, supporting it with their time and, in a lot of cases, their money. They were willing to adapt and adapt and adapt time and time again to the situations Nexon forced them into, only for the developers to belligerently make changes that flip huge portions of the game on its head, all with very little advance notice. And let me say it again. I think the death of spawn boosters in Reboot to make way for the boss mule meta was the best thing to ever happen to the server. However, I also believe this level of disrespect from Nexon towards the time and dedication of their most committed players is utterly unacceptable, and people had every right to be furious with the way the removal of spawn boosters was handled. If they hadn't announced the removal of T-words less than a month prior to the patch where they'd be deleted, perhaps there wouldn't have been such an uproar. If they had decreased the number of T-words you could buy by 1 each month for 15 months instead of just removing them all at once, perhaps people would have been more open to adjusting to the new meta. And if they'd come out with a 25-page essay explaining the long-term benefits the removal of spawn boosters would have, instead of just going, "Oh, the servers!" then perhaps people wouldn't have found the announcement so disingenuous. In fact, let me read you a comment from that 7,000-word essay I mentioned earlier. That's all well and good. Obviously, there's two sides to every coin, and totem removal is no exception. I understand that KMS is changing stuff, and having totems as an unknown factor will be difficult. I'm aware bossing mules are worth more than ever, and I'm aware Nexon will try making leveling easier. But my question in this entire thing is, why the silence? Why let us know one totem cycle before removal? This doesn't make sense. If map structure and balancing have been in the works in KMS for a while, why didn't we get totem removal in the roadmap? Why is it the only post published by the MapleStory team and not by a staff member like every other post? To me, it smells like fear of community backlash, and that disrespect is honestly the worst part here. Maybe if I had more time, I wouldn't star for certain items. Maybe I'd save more nodes, level up more bossing mules, but instead, we have to go into panic mode if we're not bossing mule ready while the CMs are hiding in their house and Nexon is quiet like it's an everyday announcement and not a mechanic that's existed ever since Reboot opened. Or, in other words, the problem wasn't the removal of spawn enhancers inherently, the problem was Nexon's communication regarding these changes. That's why I think people were so upset with the removal of spawn boosters despite the sands of time clearly indicating it was a positive change. Like, seriously, I bet nowadays those hardcore players are making more use of the boss mule meta than anyone. If you have 11 characters who can clear every boss up to Endotus in 20 minutes, that nets you around 65 billion misos per month for around 16 hours of bossing. Or in other words, they're bringing in more than double the misos T-Words did in under half the time. Plus, it gives people a really good excuse to push their Legion to 9k and beyond, and gives them something to do with the thousands of nodes a lot of these players probably had just laying around because they maxed their main's 5th job ages ago. But none of that matters, because more so than anything else, it was an issue of communication. However, that only addresses half my original proposition about why community sentiment surrounding the game has been so positive. As for the other, why is the game in such a good spot? Well, I think the best way to explain is to begin by once again addressing an argument a particularly attentive viewer might make if they've watched one of my previous videos. In this case, why isn't MapleStory as fun anymore? The central point of which being, that's a pointless question you can't really answer because different people play different games for different reasons. With me going on to argue the true source of the sentiment conveyed by the title is the shift in focus from a social adventure experience to one more heavily focused on long-term personal achievement and grinding, such that people like me were no longer in the core target demographic. And such a viewer could point out a lot of my language regarding the removal of spawn enhancers stands in contradiction to both that and a lot of the things I've said in this video, as I've very much portrayed myself as a representative of the average player in these last few sections, despite explicitly stating I'm not really part of MapleStory's core audience anymore, while bringing up that very video to help illustrate a point a couple hours ago. And if you did actually notice this discrepancy prior to me explaining it just now, consider an investigative career path, for one. At the same time, however, I must make 2 amendments to my previous statements. 1. Even if I don't fall into the core target demographic of a game, that doesn't necessarily mean there's nothing about said game I enjoy. I was willing to play it for 1,200 hours before spending hundreds more making a 3-hour video on it over the course of 2 years, after all. And personally, there are 3 things about MapleStory I really like: following the story, fighting bosses, and booming items during Star Force events. And 2, although the arguments I put forward in that video were true at the time it was written, I should note its script was almost entirely cut content from my original MapleStory video, on which I'd put the pen down in May of 2022, placing an entire year between the script being finalized and that video being published. Additionally, my statements earlier in this video where I said I wasn't part of MapleStory's core audience were with regards to a time where I felt that largely still applied. In the time that's passed since, the game has shifted once more, now into something I can enjoy again, albeit in a different way than I used to. Which, by the way, has without a doubt been the biggest reason I've gotten back into the game. I cannot stress enough how the entire point of my original MapleStory video was that I wanted to quit. I didn't like what the game had become, and I didn't think it was going in a good direction. However, there was also a story I'd grown invested in over the course of 11 years. A story with an ending locked behind hundreds of hours of grinding. And so I forced myself through it because I wanted closure. I wanted to see the end of the Black Mage's story so I could quit in peace. And so the fact that I can say I'm genuinely having fun playing the game again, I think is a really good sign. In general, my biggest issue was how, if you ever wanted to get anywhere, at some point, you had to grind. A lot. Nowadays, however, there's far more breadth in how you're able to progress. Back in the day, 34 hours of T-wording got you around 30.6 bill a month, converting to around 900 mil an hour, which certainly isn't a bad rate, especially given you'd be getting a hell of a lot more than just money. But I think a lot of people, myself included, weren't interested in grinding anywhere near that much. But since it used to provide the vast majority of your EXP and miso gains, if you weren't farming your T-words, your ability to progress would be seriously handicapped due to those increased Star Force costs. However, the buff to the sell value of boss crystals has made miso farming far more approachable for people like me who don't enjoy long, continuous grind sessions, as I have much more flexibility in how I want to run my bosses. I can run 1 or 2 mules one day, half my main's bosses the next, next, the other half the day after that, then my remaining mules throughout the rest of the week, or I can run them all back to back in one day, taking a 15-minute break between each. So long as I get them all done before weekly reset, I can engage with the system however I like, and it won't make a difference. Throw in those massive EXP rewards from simple dailies in Monster Park Extreme, and wouldn't you know it, I can now see good, consistent gains just by playing a little bit each day. Imagine that, being able to make any semblance of reasonable progress past craw without having to treat the game like a part-time job. Just brilliant. But what about the people who aren't interested in making boss mules? Or the people who actually do like grinding? And this is where I have to acknowledge, going back to what I said about the communication regarding and short-term handling of the removal of spawn enhancers. For anyone who enjoys farming, post-ignition, the value proposition was terrible. Your miso rates were just slashed by 45%. We didn't have grinders familiars, so lots of people were staying in Limina, meaning your EXP rates, which were already pretty bad, just got worse, and you're now getting way less fam cards and nodes due to the massively decreased mobs per hour. However, to highlight just how much better things have gotten long term, let's analyze the patch released just prior to me coming back to the game, Go West, and some of the events bundled with it. At the center of the update was Dreaming Latulin, an event that would run from mid-June to the end of August, and one feature of Dreaming Latulin was Dreamer 0 to 100, which gave you access to a special leveling zone on up to 7 characters that would get them to level 101 in 10 to 15 minutes, without burning. Then, at level 101, you unlock the bulk of Dreaming Latulin's content, including Midnight Dreamer, another special leveling zone you could enter up to 3 times a week, which gets a level 101 character to 148 in around 5 minutes, again, without burning. And at level 130, you could start using Extreme Growth Potions, which give you a random number of levels at weighted percentages based on your current level. Now, something to note is this patch was called the Dreamer update in Korea, but was changed to Go West in GMS, given the numerous departures we'd be making from the Korean version of the patch, mainly not putting the server 6 feet under by nuking Reboot, though it also came with a couple unique events such as Maple World Tour, where up to 3 times a week, after killing 1,000 mobs near your level, which takes around 4 minutes, you could choose up to 3 progression resources you wanted more of, and you get a certain number of them the next day, one such resource being Extreme Growth Potions. Combine this with the daily check-in rewards from Dreaming Latulin and another unique feature we got called Star Queue, an AFK event which, among other things, gave 60 more of these potions, and for very little effort, you could get around 300 Extreme Growth Potions during the summer update. This was great for people like me because, as mentioned previously, while there are characters I'm interested in playing and want to make into boss mules, the number of characters I feel that way towards isn't even close to enough to hit the 42 that can contribute to your legion. And so these potions allowed me to level my other characters extremely quickly just by doing my dailies. I was at 5.7k when I dropped the game back in early 2023, yet hit 8k 45 days after returning, despite playing less than 6 hours across all my Legion mules in that time frame, and that's after I lost my 221 Jett, since beginners don't contribute to your Legion. However, here's a seemingly unrelated hot take. Whenever new endgame content is added to MapleStory, heroic players are never the first to clear it. To name a few examples, the extreme difficulty for Kalos was added to GMS in December of 2023. The first reg server clear was in April of 2024, and the first reboot clear was in July of 2024. Black Mage was added in January of 2019, with the first reg server clear happening August that year, whereas the first reboot clear didn't happen until July 2020. Almost a year later. And when Lotus was remastered with an extreme difficulty added in April 2024, there was an event in the Korean server where the first 100 players to solo Extreme Lotus would get a bunch of prizes, with only a single reboot player placing in the top 100. And I don't think that's a problem. I know there are a lot of reboot players who do not have a very high opinion of Reg Server, and while I can kind of understand where that sentiment comes from, you look at these Reg Server first clears, and these people are all level 290 plus. Oh, but they have Frenzy. Okay, they're 290 plus, man. That doesn't just happen overnight. These top Reg Server players have invested absurd amounts of their time and their money for their characters to be as strong as they are, and for that, I think they deserve to clear first. Point being, I think any game worth playing respects what you put into it, whether it be money or time. Now, in the case of Heroic, that's primarily going to be time, as that's the entire point of the server. If you want something, you've got to commit, log in regularly, put in the time, and work for it. As such, I think if I'm committed enough to log in consistently, do my dailies, and run my bosses, I should be able to make reasonable, satisfying progress. However, I also think the people who want to put in that extra effort to grind should be rewarded for it. And a good example of the game doing this properly was another feature of Dreaming Latchlin, Gold Richie's Mask Shop. Let's say you're someone who, like me, doesn't mind training up a few boss mules, but otherwise wants to focus on their main, and thus does not find the prospect of getting 42 characters to level 200 plus to be particularly appealing. However, let's also say, unlike me, you're perfectly willing to grind every now and then. Well, during the Mask Shop event on Mondays and Tuesdays, monsters would occasionally drop these Yeti masks, which you could exchange for 10 extreme growth potions each, up to 30 times. Combined with all the other sources of extreme growth potions in the summer patch, you could earn upwards of 600 by the end of it, which an average of 22 extreme growth potions to get a character from 130 to 200 converts to around 30 level 200s, potentially even more if you use a couple Midnight Dreamer runs to speed them along. On the other hand, what if you're someone who doesn't mind leveling Legion mules but isn't interested in trudging through the Arcane River on multiple characters to make them into boss mules? Well, on Wednesdays and Thursdays, monsters would instead drop slime masks, which could be exchanged for 1,000 EXP vouchers. Again, up to 30 times. If you hyperburned a boss mule to be, those 30k vouchers would get him most of the way to 260, especially when combined with another feature of Dreaming Latchlin, the Midnight Party, where up to 3 times a week, if you killed 2,000 mobs near your level, you could claim a special reward plus a bunch more vouchers. And the way these systems work together perfectly highlights why I think MapleStory is in such a good spot right now. It feels like they've struck a much healthier balance between the casuals and the more hardcore players. They've made it much easier for people to progress however they like at their own pace. Anyone who isn't interested in grinding can do their 0 to 100s, Midnight Dreamer runs, Maple World tours, and Midnight Party check-ins to get hundreds of extreme growth potions and tens of thousands of EXP vouchers. That's exactly what I did, and like I said, it got me from 5.5k to 8k Legion in 45 days while barely playing on any of the relevant characters. Additionally, you can run Midnight Dreamer on anyone below level 260, so I used that plus the EXP vouchers from Midnight Party to get all my level 3 Link characters to 210 and all my boss mules to 220 plus. Whereas anyone who is interested in grinding gets all the same things as me just for doing what they're already gonna do, plus up to 300 more extreme growth potions and up to 30,000 more EXP vouchers from the Mask Shop. Even as someone who doesn't enjoy grinding, I'm still able to see good, consistent progress just by putting in a little bit of time each day, and if I ever want a little extra, the option to farm is right there. Meanwhile, anyone who does enjoy grinding gets to progress at a much faster pace, as farming regularly allows you to pull in far more resources overall, and if they ever want to take it easy one day, they can fall back on those daily weekly rewards. Another great example of the game striking this balance is with how you collect the resources you need to upgrade your Hexa Matrix, Soul Urda and Soul Urda Fragments. Now, in Heroic, you're pretty much always going to be bottlenecked by fragments, so I'm going to focus on that. After completing your 6th job advancement and unlocking the Hexa Matrix, you gain access to a quest which rewards you with 12 fragments a day for hunting 3,000 mobs in Grandis. Now, the mobs themselves can also drop fragments, though the rate at which this occurs depends on your drop rate, but at 308%, I get around 4 a day while doing my 3k. Additionally, in the Go West update, a new type of content was added called Epic Dungeon. Effectively a super beefed up monster park you can clear once a week, which nets you another 40. Put together, this adds up to around 150 fragments a week, but if you want more, you can just keep grinding. If you're farming at 400% drop, you get like 22 frags an hour. So if you're down to WAP 4 times, you can get more fragments in a day than I see in a week. And you know what? I think that's a beautiful thing. If you just got home from a long day at school or work and all you want to do is throw a podcast on the second monitor and whap, then I think you should do it. Head over to Sunny Lab 3 and start photosynthesizing. Once again, I'm able to make good, consistent progress just by putting in a little bit of time each day, whereas the people who want to grind are able to push their characters forward much faster. If I want a little more, the option to farm is right there, and if they want to take it easy, then they can fall back on the dailies. These systems have been implemented in a way that strikes a very nice balance between the casual and hardcore players, such that the different playstyles work together and reinforce each other, rather than cannibalize each other in the way spawn enhancers did, where someone farming 34 hours a month on T-Word and another 50 on Kishin means the pittance I'm making from bosses and Ursus loses 36% of its value due to kanna inflation jacking up Star Force prices by 56%. It's not as if the fragment cost of upgrading my Hexa skills was increased by 20% to account for people whapping 3 times a day, okay? It's not as if the amount of solar that you need to max your 6 job was doubled when the cap was removed, and it's not as if the fragment drop rate was slashed when Epic Dungeon was added. Again, this is all about striking a balance. Said balance simply wasn't there for anyone who didn't play the game like it was an unpaid internship back in the Kishin T-Word era, but at the same time, they went way too far in the other direction with their removal. Nowadays, however, I think the game does a much better job rewarding its more dedicated players. If you're a consistent farmer, you're not only getting lots of really nice event rewards and tons of 6-job progress now, but with the addition of Grandis familiars, you no longer have to choose between leveling your Hexa matrix and searching for that elusive 40% boss line. You'll roll it eventually, for sure, nor do you have to utterly int your EXP rates in order to pursue it. And you're also getting tons of node stones, which with the advent of the boss mule meta have become much more valuable. Sure, you're not going to be farming these things as quickly as you would have in Labyrinth while T-wording, but all of them put together, I think, has made farming genuinely really rewarding again. And while the loss of our 2.3x EXP buff in Reboot was quite questionable, the nerf to our passive damage boost even more so, it came with a change to the final damage multiplier for level difference. So if you're willing to grind out those levels and push your character forward regardless, you're very much rewarded for it. Not just by a final damage boost of up to 20% for being 5 levels or more above a boss, but also through the unlocking of new Grandis areas, allowing you to stack more Sacred Force with additional symbols, providing up to 25% more final damage if you have 50 more sack than a boss requires. And as proof of how much better the game's gotten at rewarding hardcore players, remember the guy in my guild I mentioned earlier who was upset with the removal of T-words? Yeah, he farms now more than ever, okay? He was level 280 before I was 275. At one point he had like over 1,000 nodes just sitting in his storage while prepping some new boss mules. However, going back to what I said about balance, does that mean I need to grind for hundreds of hours to get the nodes I need for my boss mules too? Well, considering how node stones were another one of the resources you could farm from Maple World Tour, and Dreaming Latchlin plus StarQ gave me hundreds more, plus a bunch of experience node stones, no, I did not. Once again, casual players can see a good amount of progress just by doing their dailies with the option to farm if they want a little extra, whereas the hardcore players are able to see tons of progress if they grind consistently, with the daily, weekly event rewards being a nice bonus on top. Overall, I think these systems have done a great job catering to different types of players because they offer a breadth of options in how you want to progress. If you're a casual player who doesn't like farming, getting your daily, weekly event rewards through symbol dailies, Epic Dungeon, and Monster Park Extreme before hopping on your boss mules is one of the most efficient ways to progress in terms of raw time conversion. If you're someone who doesn't want to grind alternate characters and would rather work on your main, you can use those same event rewards to get your Legion links online for very little effort, or to teleport multiple mules straight to the point where they can start funneling misos into your main. And if you're a farming enjoyer, you get all of that on top of buckets of solar to fragments, stacks of of familiar cards to roll for 2-line turn your character, red, mountains of node stones to get your boss mules online, and multiple compounding final damage bonuses for pushing levels and unlocking more sacred symbols. At the end of the day, if someone puts their time and effort into the game, they should be rewarded accordingly. That's why the daily miso limit introduced in Korea was utter nonsense. And as of right now, the game offers a far more balanced progression experience than ever before. Oh, and I should make it clear, when I say balanced here, I don't mean it in the sense of this character is so unbalanced. I mean it in the sense of how does the game feel to play at all stages of progression? Because while the amount of work you have to do does notably increase between boss tiers, that increase is nowhere near as extreme as it used to be. And not only are you now able to accelerate the speed at which you progress in step with the demands of the boss ladder, but you also have far more options in how you want to approach that work. These changes, I believe, were only realistically possible because of the removal of spawn enhancers from Reboot, since, for all the reasons I've highlighted, so many of them were a result of the shift in focus from raw grinding being the sole primary method of pushing your characters forward, of the early game being slowed down and the mid to late game being sped up. This has made progression both more consistent and satisfying long term, and more approachable for more people than ever, with the game seeing more players now than ever, I think being proof of that. And I'm not gonna name any names, but I've spent a lot of time digging through old Reddit threads and community discussions while researching for this video, and I saw a lot of people saying stuff like, if spawn boosters go, I go. People who I still see actively commenting and talking about playing to this day. Though, while this does make me feel quite smug, I don't think it's anything to be particularly proud of, since I can't pretend I didn't get swept up in all the drama either. When it was announced that T-words were being removed in Ignition, I felt so good, okay? I was on cloud 9 basking in the fact that everyone else was so mad. I felt like I'd won. However, now that all this time has passed and I'm able to do a retrospective like this, I've come to believe that people's anger was absolutely justified, just completely misdirected. The problem was never the removal of spawn enhancers, it was the lack of respect for the time and dedication of the game's most committed players. I don't think there's anything wrong with not being able to pick up on that immediately. I sure as hell couldn't. After all, it's very difficult to understand the underlying reasons for these emotions in the moment, especially when compared to analyzing years of after effects via several weeks of combing through dozens of in-depth community discussions before compiling them into the script of a 4.5 hour long video, but that's why I think it's important to do analyses like this. And you know what? Maybe What the hell is that? Give me a second here. What the hell is this? Is that for my light? Okay. It seems like one of my softbox lights has gotten so hot it's begun to melt the plastic cap used to diffuse the LED's light. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to deal with this once I'm done recording, but for now...
And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm very aware that I'm very biased, and while I've done my best to perform an objective analysis in spite of that bias, it's absolutely possible I've missed the mark in more than a few places. Plus, I'm not gonna pretend the current system is perfect either. I've already highlighted the problems with droplet availability. Burnium Jail for familiar farming, while enormously better than Lumina Jail, is ultimately still jail, and your access to critical progression resources such as node stones being so heavily tied to events feels pretty terrible. Plus, despite everything I said about farming being made much more rewarding now, which I do do believe to be true. I do think farming as a whole still needs a couple more buffs. But at the end of the day, regardless of whether you think the removal of spawn enhancers was good or bad, I don't think anyone can deny that right now, GMS Heroic is the best it's ever been. Such that me and my friends have very much enjoyed playing as of late, and personally, I'm really excited to start challenging bosses like X-Lotus and Limbo at some point in the future.
In fact, if you don't mind me getting a little more personal and less objective with my analysis here, having to be constantly on point with your rotations to keep up with the boosted spawn made it so hard to relax while you were grinding, man. Now that I can just go to whatever map I like, pop some 20-minute coupons, and mindlessly square jump while giving my full attention to the video on my second monitor, I gotta admit, I've started finding a little bit of farming each day to actually be quite enjoyable. And there were things I liked about T-words too, okay? I need nodes as well, man. Lots of them. And God, I miss how many fam cards I used to get per hour farming Core 3 with that boosted spawn. But in spite of all that, I can still look back on T-words and say, yeah, there were things about them that were nice, but the game's in a much better state now that they're gone. Instead of going, man, T-words were great. I wish we still had them. How about we say, bro, can you put these blue cards in the familiar shop for 3 to 5k each? Do that, increase the purchase limit past 1 per month, and make all the mobs without cards yet draw blank coupons worth 10 essence, and I bet 99% of complaints regarding the familiar system would vanish. Also, why is there still no consistent daily weekly supply of node stones? The entire reason mid to late game progression works so well right now is because of the balance in progression systems between daily weekly players and hardcore farmers. What sources of node stones do we even have beyond events and farming? 3 a week from Vanishing Journey? Like 2 more from Guild Castle? In fact, on that note, if we were to get the Guild Castle improvements released in TMS a while back, I think that would go a long way. It's not even that the amount of nodes we get is all that bad. I mean, yeah, I do think the overall income could be increased by a bit, but the amount we get from, say, events, I think is completely fine. The Go West event gave something like 700 nodes and 50 EXP nodes, and the patch after that gave another 530. It's just that, as I said earlier, the inconsistency of having to rely on events like this feels terrible. Now, something else I want to highlight is how I sincerely get the impression that a lot of the people who play MapleStory want it to be their forever game. A game they can hop on for 20 minutes to an hour a day before bed and for a couple hours on the weekend to run bosses with the boys. And I have to ask, if that's something you want to do forever, if you want that gameplay loop to remain consistently satisfying and fun forever, then why would you want something like T-words in the game? Seriously, why? New content is added to the game and tuned to the rate at which you can progress in Korea. As such, for all the reasons I've gone over, spawn boosters enormously disrupt the balance of the game, make huge chunks of early progression pathetically easy, and make pushing into the end game an insufferable slog. And yes, you could argue this extends to our tier up rates, or attack speed 10, or Galax, or Commerce, or Familiars. However, I think anyone actually making this argument is either playing devil's advocate or completely uninformed. At the end of the day, this is about providing a balanced progression experience that's as fun and rewarding as can be at all stages of the game. There are no fine lines here. Is superior Galax equipment too strong? Are our tier up rates too good? Why don't you play the game and decide for yourself? I've got my Dual Blade and Dark Knight boss mules online, plus a Hero and Buccaneer in the works, all of whom were largely geared up by doing Mule and Dotus runs with my friends. I've got a Demon Slayer running 5-man Black Mage, and we're currently pushing for H. Sarah and E. Kalos. I've got a Hyperburn Demon Avenger tagging along for H. Wusid now that we're doing split runs on our mains, and I've got a Kali who's only ever fought bosses solo. At one point, with level 10 boost nodes, level 5 to 8 skill nodes, a 2-line secondary and emblem, the boss accessory set, and a temporary Fafnir weapon, I cleared Lotus in 13 minutes. Yes, I had a lot of buffs, my links are finished, and my Legion is quite strong, but if she can do it in 13 minutes when her gear looks like this, then I don't care who you are, you can do it in 26. Or, at the very least, you can blue dot while someone else carries you. They made Haven weeklies so much less annoying, man. It's okay. You can do them. Point being, I have all these different characters, all at wildly different stages of the game, all of whom got to where they are in very different ways, and I'm having a great time on all of them. The only real pain points I can think of are the lack of access to droplets for arcanes, a very inconsistent supply of nodes, and the absence of familiar cards past Burnium. Other than that, I think the rate at which I'm able to progress is pretty much exactly where it should be, and the systems I'm engaging with to do so feel more consistent and satisfying than ever. I can't even begin to count how many people I've seen say something along the lines of, progression on base spawn rates is too slow, to which I'd respond with the thermonuclear take of, why do you want to go faster? Here's a quote that gets thrown around quite often in the realm of MMOs. It's about the journey, not the destination. And in the case of MapleStory, not only did spawn boosters make the journey largely worse, but they accelerated you towards a destination that's utterly dreadful. If there are any endgame reboot players watching who are wondering whether or not I'm going to talk about this, yes, I'm very aware my previous grievances regarding arcanes and pitch still exist. They've simply shifted up the progression ladder to Eternals and, well, pitched again. They just start bottlenecking you much later now. There's a reason I've very specifically referred to the mid to late game whenever I've praised modern Maple's progression systems, because Heroic's endgame is terrible. In fact, in that regard, nothing's changed. It was terrible back then, and it's terrible now. The only difference is we no longer have spawn boosters catapulting you straight into it. Do you want to not see a single eye patch for 4 years, to clear Kalos and Kaling for months, and not get a single grindstone, to throw 3,000 bright cubes each at your equipment to roll for double prime stat, to spend 100 bill 23 starring a Kana ring because ET is a fake item? How about 100 bill more 23 starring Gollux because your only Dreamy Belt blew up? Hell, the only reason those are even marginally viable alternatives is because of the removal of spawn enhancers, as the massive reduction to Star Force costs combined with the absurd amount of money boss meals bring in on a large scale mean you'll probably have earned enough misos to afford it several times over by the time you get a replacement. So again, I have to ask, why do you want to go faster? Why do you want to speed run the part of the journey that's actually fun? Why do you want to get to the insufferable destination as fast as possible? Because endgame content is tuned to be an absolutely absurd stat check, so the people who've played the game an average of 3 hours a day for the last 10 years have something to do. If you're a daily story player like me who runs a couple boss meals on the side, chances are you'll never have to suffer through any of those problems. I'm currently set to liberate early next year. I'll probably have 1921 arcanes, 2122 everything else, 24 to 30% stat on my pots, and even at my bare minimum effort daily story pace, I'll probably be approaching 280. All of that put together will probably be enough to start clearing Enkalos, maybe even Enkaling, which I'd say is just about on the brink of endgame, where it's like, ooh, are you gonna try and 22 star your Eternals? No, probably not. I'm far more likely to settle at 19 star on the 3-piece, work on boss mules while I wait for replacements, then round robin them to 21. Given the way I've begun to approach this game and the mindset I've decided to tackle it with, chances are by the time I even get close to the point where double primes or 22 star Eternals and pitch become my main bottlenecks for further progression, they'll add another 6-job skill, or mastery core, or hexastat node, or increase the Legion character limit to 45, or add a new type of flame that only rolls tier 5s to tier 7s and has a 3% chance of hitting a tier 7 line. Or maybe they'll add a whole new progression system entirely. And hey, wouldn't you look at that, we can now do C Kalos, maybe even H Kaling, doubling the rate we get Eternals, making 22 starring them much more approachable. By the time I arrive at the current day problems of endgame heroic, they'll either power creep it or add some alternative form of progression that'll allows me to view it as nothing more than a fun side project. And if they don't, I'll just work on boss mules until they do. Now, some people might sneer at this, saying I'm just running on an infinite treadmill the developers have tuned to never let me reach the end, but what's the problem with that? Don't you want this to be a forever game? You want to know something I love doing? Going for walks. I love strolling through my neighborhood around 7:30 p.m., school's out, streets are mostly empty, temperature's nice. I just throw on some music and relax as I watch the setting sun paint the sky aflame. Then I get home and I go for another walk on Nexon's treadmill. I farm my 3K while watching a video on the second monitor, run a boss mule or two, clear MPE, and do weeklies with my friends. We talk shit, make fun of our BAM for bluing out, and laugh at each other when someone booms 8 times in 9 bill on starring events. Like I said, I've been having a great time with the game. For 20 minutes to an hour a day, plus a couple hours on the weekend, I really enjoy the feeling of the wind in my hair. And so long as that continues, I have no problem running on this treadmill indefinitely. And if I ever get tired of it, then I'll stop running. I'll take a break and come back if that ever changes. Ain't no one forcing me to be here. Also, something you have to consider is, for the majority of people, Endgame is more accessible now than it ever was in the T-word era, because unless you were capping your 34 hours each month, and again, I'd bet the majority of people playing right now neither have the time to do so, nor would they want to, the buckets of EXP and mountains of miso you get from dailies and bosses have been an enormous boost to progression for a far more reasonable time investment. Like I said, I'll probably be approaching 280 by the time I liberate, even at my bum-ass daily story pace. And if I wanted to herb out, if I wanted to grow some roots and start farming 8 to 12 hours a week, I could easily hit 285 in that time frame instead, with the nodes, frags, and misos I'd get from all that farming accelerating my progression even further. I've got 3 boss mules in the oven now, all of whom are largely bottlenecked by nodes. Farming 8 hours a week at 300% drop would probably get all of them end notice ready within 2 or 3 months, including event rewards. And once they're all online, I'll be raking in upwards of 12 bill per week, making it very reasonable for me to hit 30+% stat and 22 stars on all my gear during the anniversary cube sale and summer SSF. And wouldn't you know it, I'm now in the 20+ star eternal, 22 star pitched waiting room. If you want to make it to the end of the journey, you absolutely can. However, personally, I don't like what awaits me at the end of that road and would much rather wait for them to pave over it with something else. Like, this is a free-to-play, live service MMORPG. If you want something that doesn't feel like an infinite treadmill, then I hate to break it to you, but you will never find something like that with this description. If you want a game that allows you to reach a satisfying conclusion after putting in a certain amount of time and effort, you shouldn't be playing MapleStory. And honestly, you shouldn't even be playing an MMO. Instead, you should be playing Hollow Knight, or Terraria, or Monster Hunter, or Elden Ring, or Baldur's Gate 3. In fact, if you want a solo co-op 2D side-scroller with a vibrant world, incredibly satisfying character progression, crazy boss fights, and tons of grinding, then a Terraria run with the boys is an easy 100 hours of fun, and a T-Mod loader run with Calamity, Thorium, Alchemist NPC, and Fargo's Souls is another 200 more, both of which provide a quality experience that far eclipses anything Maple can offer in all regards but one. Pretty much the only category where MapleStory has Terraria beat out is in the fact that, eventually, a Terraria run ends, because it's a game that consistently rewards the time and effort you put in before bringing you to a satisfying conclusion, whereas Maple is an infinite treadmill live service MMORPG. New content is regularly added, which most players won't even be able to unlock for years. That's the entire appeal of playing the game long term. The fact that the story never ends. rates. At the end of the day, the problems with endgame heroic are rooted in no pity, ultra low rarity drops combined with Star Force booming, where your ability to clear the latest and greatest content ultimately hinges on whether or not you pass 20 different layers of luck checks. And until we get a pitched pity system or some sort of overhaul to Star Force, that's never going to change. Just the items involved and the bosses they drop from. You have to understand, these systems were designed with the Korean reg server economy in mind. Okay, over there, it doesn't matter if your Eternal Hat booms 20 times because you can just go buy another 20 more off the auction house. So unless you're playing an interactive, spawn boosters don't even have anything to do with this. It doesn't matter how many hours you farm on T-Word because these items are all gated by weekly bosses. Now, you could make the argument spawn boosters help accelerate you to the point where you can start farming these items, which is true. And while I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing, I do have to challenge the assertion it's inherently a good thing. A rather curious detail I've noticed throughout my time playing MapleStory is the amount of time it takes to reach endgame hasn't really changed. Sure, what we refer to as endgame is constantly shifting, and so are the methods through which we get there, but from what I can tell, the amount of time it took to reach HBM back when we started in Reboot and the amount of time it would take to reach Kalos if you started now are about the same. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's the result of a concerted effort on the part of MapleStory's balancing team. If you were to ask me, hey, Ethan, do you want to progress faster? Then it's like, well, of course I want to progress faster. But at the same time, do I really? Let's say it would take 4 years of semi-casual play to be Extreme Kalos ready if you made your first character today. What if instead it only took 2 years? How about 1 year? What if it only took 12 weeks to go from stone golems to clearing Kalos? At some point, the lack of effort required makes the achievement feel meaningless. But at the same time, if it takes too long, then it starts to feel like it's not worth the effort. Once again, this is about providing a balanced progression experience. There are no fine lines, and where that balance lies is going to be different for everyone. Now, something I'd like to note here is all the systems I brought up that effectively replaced spawn boosters in GMS were never designed with that intent. MPE, Symbol Daily EXP, the Boss Crystal price increase, these changes were all brought over from Korea, a server that never had kishin or T-words or anything like that. These things weren't added to the game to make up for their removal or anything like that. The GMS team just used their addition as an opportunity to get rid of them. And while I don't think there was ever a possibility of kishin not getting the axe, I do believe a world where we got all these new additions but still kept T-words in one form or another and 25% higher Star Force prices was absolutely possible, and I think a lot of people would have been open to that. However, you want to know one of my favorite quotes regarding game design? Players don't know what they want, but they sure as hell know when there's a problem. Or, in other words, although you probably shouldn't blindly accept suggestions from the most upvoted comment on Reddit without further consideration, the fact that people are complaining to begin with is an indicator that something's wrong. Example, one of the most common reasons people cite for why they want T-words back is to speed up the grind for 6-job materials. However, is the speed at which you're leveling your Hexa skills really the problem here? Like I said, I just do my dailies and weeklies, and that nets me around 150 frags a week. It'll take me a bit over 3 years to max my Hexa matrix at this rate, and I don't mind. If it took 12 weeks to be Kalos ready, the achievement would feel meaningless, but if it takes too long to max your 6th job, then it doesn't feel worth the effort. Once again, it's all about balance, and personally, I think the rate at which I'm progressing my 6th job is completely fine. Going from not having my Hexa matrix unlocked to maxing it gives me nearly 80% FD. Is that something I should be able to just burn through in a couple months of casual play? For reference, getting all my gear from 17 arcanes, 21 everything else, to 21 arcanes, 22 everything else would only net me around 24.3% FD. If I starred only on SSF and safeguarded based on this chart, that would cost me around 90 bill. Farming at 500 mil an hour, that's around 180 hours. If you have a full set of hybrid farming gear, you're probably hovering around 400% drop, which would net you a bit under 4,000 fragments in that time. If I leveled my Hexa matrix according to this priority order, 4K frags converts to around 42.5% FD. Doesn't seem that bad to me. Also, I'll have you know there were players in Heroic who'd maxed their 6th job within 4 months of the system's release. Sure, a lot of them were probably playing the game, but if you're willing to grind a bunch, maxing it within a year is absolutely within the realm of possibility. But if progression speed isn't the problem, then what is? Well, consider this. If you've read any of these comments, you'll notice it's always fragments they want more of, never solar. The fact that players are complaining indicates there is a problem, but is it that you farm fragments too slowly? Or is it that the rate you get energy relative to fragments is highly imbalanced? Because the system was built for an environment where you can buy frags off the auction house, and it's just annoying as hell to be permacapped at 20 out of 20 solar in Heroic. And is the solution to bring back T-words? Or to replace all these goddamn Soul Order event rewards with coupons that let you choose between 1x Soul Order or 30 fragments and to do something similar with the daily? How about another example? Let's go back to the 2 progression resources people heavily relied on spawn boosters to get, for which we haven't received any real alternative sources following their removal. Nodes and familiars. For starters, familiars. Spawn boosters made it so much easier to farm familiars, right? Well, yes, but it's important to remember, T-words didn't increase the drop rate of certain items or the amount of Misos mobs carried, they just cranked up the number of mobs and accelerated their respawn cycle. Or, in other words, the amount of cards you'd get from hunting a certain number of mobs stayed exactly the same. And while this is generally a pointless distinction, as you're still farming faster regardless, this does not fully extend to a scenario where, say, a certain resource you're farming is limited to specific areas, because generally speaking, if all you're doing is increasing the speed at which you hunt mobs, while you will farm said resource faster, you will also become strong enough to move on to the next area at an equally accelerated rate. Okay, well, what about nodes? Those aren't limited to the Arcane River or anything like that, so surely that doesn't apply here, right? Yes, but once again, if it took 12 weeks to be X-Kalos ready, the achievement would feel meaningless. And let me tell you something. I barely play this game. In the time I spent digging through community discussions while researching for this video, it was not uncommon for me to see people saying something along the lines of, oh, if you want to progress in Reboot, you gotta grind for 8 hours a day. Which I honestly found very bizarre. It reminded me a lot of when I see Heroic players saying, oh, if you want to get anywhere in Interactive, you need to spend thousands of dollars. When in reality, both of these statements are obviously and observably incorrect. I don't play this game 8 hours a day, okay? I play it 8 hours a week. I do 20 minutes of dailies on my main, run my boss mules, maybe do some Abso weeklies if I'm feeling crazy, and that's about it. Yet, if you gave me 800 nodes right now, I'd be raking in 10 bill per week from boss crystals, with 80% of that coming from boss mules who are effectively miso farming at 3.5 to 4 bill an hour. And reminder that I had 2 level 210 craw mules with basically 0 nodes at the start of Ignition, and I dropped the game for 1.5 years shortly after, yet here I am now. Like I said, I don't think the amount of nodes we're getting from events nowadays is bad at all. The real issue, I think, is just that it's incredibly inconsistent. I know people love to make fun of seasonal players on this game, but have you ever stopped to wonder why they're seasonal to begin with? If you don't start on a Hyperburn event, how on earth are you supposed to get anything done? Seriously. where the hell are you supposed to get nodes from? And because of the lump sum nature of the nodes we do get from events, if you've just started and decide to switch mains off season, you could have basically no nodes for weeks to months. So, in light of all that, what exactly is the problem here? Is it that we farm familiars too slowly? Or do people just not want to be stuck in Burnium jail? Is the nodestone drop rate too low? Or are there just lots of daily, weekly story players nowadays who find the supply of nodes from events to be generally inadequate and exceptionally unreliable? I don't think I've seen a single person explicitly say they think we farm familiars too slowly. And personally, it's something I get to work on a little bit each day over a long period of time that eventually gives me a big boost. This sort of design is very much in the spirit of MapleStory, and I don't mind it at all. I just want out of Eastern City Ramparts in Battle 6! And like I said, my friend had over 1,000 nodes sitting in his storage while prepping some new boss mules. If you actively farm, you still get tons of them. Thus, I suspect the complaints regarding node availability in Heroic largely stem from the large daily weekly story player base for whom there is no consistent supply. Or, in other words, spawn boosters aren't even relevant here because most of these people probably wouldn't be farming enough for them to make a significant difference anyway. And is bringing back T-words the solution to these problems? Or is it detaching familiar farming from specific areas entirely? Or just putting them in more regions and adding a consistent daily weekly supply of nodestones the more casual players can tap into? I'd go so far as to wager the people asking for the return of spawn boosters don't actually want to progress faster. What they really want is for the time they spend on this game to be more enjoyable and for the content to be of a higher quality. As I said 3.5 hours ago, I don't mind taking things slow and steady if the process is fun, and while there is absolutely a link between how long something takes, how much you get out of it, and how fun it feels, given my experience with all these characters as of late, people wanting to go faster doesn't indicate to me progression takes too long, but rather that a lot of the mechanics you're engaging with to progress are utterly dreadful and people just want to get things over with as soon as possible. The problem isn't how long it takes to hit level 290. Okay, to be fair, I actually think we're very overdue for an EXP curve reduction. Janice giving plus 100% EXP at max is nice, and same goes for the plus 50% from each Grand Sacred symbol, but it's not even close to the same as flat out flattening that curve just a little bit more. Other than that, however, I found the rate at which new content gets added and old content gets power crept to be completely fine as is. I'd say the real issues are the god-awful bosses you have to run every week, the incredibly inconsistent supply of critical progression resources, the massive quality of life problems stretching across all aspects of the game, and your progression ultimately hinging on uncapped RNG garbage. As such, I don't think the answer to our problems is bringing Frenzy Totem to Heroic or anything like that. It's to remaster garbage bosses like Damien, cut the price of droplets by 30%, make all the mobs past Burnium drop coupons worth 10 fam points, put blue cards in the store for 3 to 5k each, add a daily weekly supply of nodestones, implement a pitched pity system, and improve quality of life across the board. However, I sincerely doubt we'll get any such things anytime soon because, and this is going to be another thermonuclear take, from everything I've seen and heard, the quality of experience offered by Heroic for the type of person who'd enjoy it is so much better than that of Interactive, it's not even close. However, I'd bet the average Interactive player spends a hell of a lot more than the average Heroic player, such that even with 25 to 30% of the population, I imagine the revenue split is probably around even, if not in favor of Interactive. I don't want Interactive to die, and Nexon almost certainly doesn't either. So until the Interactive experience sees an enormous degree of improvement, I find expecting any real focus on solving Heroic's problems from the GMS dev team to be unfortunately unrealistic. And until those problems are solved, I don't see why anyone would want spawn boosters, accelerating them to the point where they have to deal with the worst of them. And in general, while I'm genuinely really glad we're starting to see some GMS exclusive balancing, I find expecting Nexon NA to scrounge together the resources to restructure the entire game around spawn boosters to be so pointlessly obstinate when so many steps have been taken to improve the game largely as a result of their removal, especially given the numerous areas of GMS that need the attention way more. So, in summary, the reason people were so upset with the removal of spawn boosters despite the long-term benefits is because it was really an issue of communication. And the reason I'm playing again is because one such benefit was the addition of daily weekly progression systems that make the game far more palatable for people like me, correct? Well, mostly. It's oversimplifying quite a bit for one, but more importantly, it really doesn't communicate the full story surrounding the second point. You might have noticed the vast majority of changes I've pointed to as to why I'm enjoying the game again. EXP from symbol dailies, Star Force cost reductions, the advent of the boss mule meta, and so on were implemented prior to me dropping the game back in early 2023, with the truth behind this discrepancy being, back then, I didn't have any hope for the future of the game, and I think a lot of people felt the same way. However, all of that changed with Inkwell's note. Yes, MapleStory is the best it's been in a very long time because it has a far more balanced progression curve, the core gameplay loop is now way more approachable for the average player, and there's much more breadth in how you can choose to push your characters forward, but that's not the only reason why community sentiment surrounding the game has been so positive. A huge part of it is that Inkwell has given so many people hope. He's given people hope that GMS will continue to move in a positive direction, as they believe there's someone with a genuine vision for the future of the server steering the ship. And because of that, people believe it's worth investing their time and money into the game. More so than anything else, that's why I think player engagement has been so high these last few months, and I can't deny that I feel the same way. Like, you remember the Solar to Daily quest I brought up earlier? Yeah, that's a GMS exclusive. And if we didn't have it, I'd be maxing my Hexa Matrix in 2032. So, big ups for that. At the same time, however, well, something I mentioned a couple hours ago that I'd like to get a little more into is why I've never spent a cent on MapleStory. Initially, it was because I started playing when I was 7, so I'd yet to have a bank account to tap into, but nowadays it's the result of far more careful deliberation. Nexon is by no means a popular company, so there are quite a lot of people out there who take pride in never spending a cent on their games, but in my case, that's actually got very little to do with it. I just do not want to engage with these god-awful uncapped RNG monetization mechanics. Take the premium surprise style box. You pay $3 to $4 and get a random cosmetic from a pool of 50 or more. No pity, no nothing, just pure uncapped gambling. Even Genshin Impact, which God, I hate Genshin Impact. Even it and the games of its ilk have the courtesy to guarantee a 5-star every 90 pulls. And you know what? I've actually spent money buying more Genshin pulls because of that. If I'm 15 pulls away from the guaranteed banner 5-star, I can go to the store and say, okay, so it'll cost me an absolute maximum of $20 to hit pity. Okay, sure. On the other hand, if I see an item I like in the SSB catalog, when I run the same calculation in my head, I instead go, so the limit of the price as the uncapped RNG loot box purchases approaches infinity is, well, infinity. Well, I'm not spending infinite money on this, and so I spend 0 money instead. Of course, it's not actually infinite. I'll get it eventually, for sure. The real issue is these systems take away what I consider one of the most important aspects of financial decision making: personal value. If you want a certain skin or item in a game like CSGO or TF2, you could get it by opening up a mountain of crates. You could, but personally, I've always gone straight to the Steam Marketplace and based on the personal value the item held to me, decided whether or not it was worth the asking price. This concept is completely thrown out the window with surprise style boxes because there is no limit, no big number I can look at and ask, am I willing to pay blank for this? And so, what? Does Nexon expect me to go, well, I guess I'll just buy a couple and see if I get it? Oh no, I didn't get the item I wanted. Oh, I guess I'll just buy a couple more like I'm some sort of gambling addict with no impulse control? No, I let that shit cycle through the cash shop without a second thought. Of course, it doesn't help that I find the exceeding majority of SSB items to be exceedingly ugly, and this is a subject I know I'm in the minority on, but God, I cannot stand the soft, sleepy look everyone and their mother goes for. I don't want my characters to look so cute. I want them to look badass. But guess what? The Damien coat hasn't been available for purchase in any capacity for 5 years, and if they ever did bring it back, it would be locked behind a pure RNG no-pity loot box at a rate of 1.03%. And while direct purchase permanent outfit boxes are occasionally put up for sale, this is done so infrequently with such a limited selection of items that the 30,000 Maple points I got for free from the Maple Relay event 4 years ago has been more than enough to cover every purchase I've made since. It's also worth considering Nexon holds multiple patents for dynamically adjusting the rates of RNG mechanics, but surely they only patented these things to prevent others in the industry from using them. They would never bake that sort of predatory design into every aspect of their game. After all, it's not as if inner ability was rigged, flames were rigged, and cubes were rigged, with Nexon going out of their way to not inform their users in any capacity of what they were doing behind the scenes. So yeah, I'm sure you can trust them to respect your wallet whenever you're rolling SSBs or Wonder Berries or the Marvel Machine or Philobooks or Royal Hair/Face coupons or any of the other RNG bullshit the game is currently drowning in. Well, in that case, why not buy boosts to your progression? Soon we'll be able to pay Maple points to skip Epic Dungeon and multiply the rewards. And there's lots of direct purchase stuff like that in GMS Heroic already, which, oh my God. Regarding pay-to-win mechanics in Heroic, I've seen a lot of people say stuff along the lines of, oh, unless you're making $5 an hour, it's a time-efficient purchase because it's so much better than farming. And to all those Heroic players out there, I have to ask, farming? How fucking broke are you that you still farm? I mean, seriously, how little respect you have for your own time. $34 worth of clover pouches converts to 20 bill in piggy bank money. Now that T-words are gone, most characters can barely scratch 500 mil an hour while fully buffed. What? Are you making less than 85 cents an hour? If not, then what the fuck are you doing farming? Oh, you're grinding for soul artifragments? You're getting 22 frags an hour because you have 400% drop? Oh, that's real cute. Personally, I'd just go for the Solar to Booster, which nets me 220 fragments for $30. But to be fair, going from 85 cents an hour to $3 an hour is a massive pay jump I think you should be proud of. Oh, you're farming familiars as well? Ah, I see. You're hitting 250 fam points an hour. That means you're getting like 2 uniques every 3 hours. Nice. Those are some really good rates. Of course, I'd much rather just buy the Legion Pass and Hyper Pass from the Rock Spirits' golden giveaway, as that gets me 20 unique rerolls for $100. But once again, that's a pretty substantial improvement for you, as your time spent farming fams converts to around $3.33 an hour. And wouldn't you look at that, sum the time value of all the resources you get from farming, and you've nearly hit federal minimum wage in the United States. Not bad, little bro. Though you do realize if you just got your money up, you wouldn't have to sit there and waste your time wondering whether or not this is a time-efficient purchase, right? I mean... Oh wait, never mind. I completely forgot. We're talking about heroic here, aren't we? You having to waste your time on farming and all that shit makes perfect sense, because, I mean, that's why you're playing on the fucking poor people server. Oh my god, I could not imagine being that down bad. I hope y'all are having fun picking fights down in the slums while leeching off interactive. If you got annoyed listening to all that, good. That was the point, because it's exactly what you sound like when you say shit like this, as it shows a complete lack of understanding for the long-term consequences of your actions. And I know that's such a lame thing to say, okay? I really do. But I also think it's quite poetic, because I genuinely believe these people are the architects of their own demise. After all, for all my complaints, I may as well be talking to a brick wall here. They're gonna wail out regardless, and they're gonna call people broke all the while. In fact, a few of them might have done so in the comment section already. However, as I said, a whale needs to be surrounded by krill to feel like a whale, for a whale among whales is just another fish. And, not a lot of krill left in interactive, it seems. And again, people will get all up in arms about how, oh, you just think that because you're comparing yourself to others. And yeah, I know, I get it. But even if you're one such person, I'd at least hope you can agree that in this case, given that these people are taking the time out of their day to go on the subreddit and call people poor, they do not subscribe to any such mentality. Moreover, I'd bet a lot of them are former reg server players who moved over to Reboot because they realize, not a lot of peasants to tower over like a god around here anymore. And now they're doing whatever they can to flaunt their wealth in heroic without understanding that their behavior is one of the biggest reasons so many people move servers to begin with. Or in other words, they're actively driving away the very people they want to show off to. More than 70% of GMS plays heroic, and I'd wager more than half of us have been around since before Reboot even existed. Do you think all these people switching over was just a coincidence? That the relative population share of interactive falling by over 40% since 2020 was purely the result of Reboot propaganda on Reddit? Unless you're making half of minimum wage, it's a time-efficient purchase. Yeah, I know. Have you ever stopped to consider that perhaps that's quite literally the entire problem? If it's always more time efficient to pay to progress than play to progress, then a lot of people are going to ask, why bother playing at all when the game measurably values your time so little? Now, you could say I'm overreacting here, arguing that because all the pay-to-win mechanics that currently exist in Heroic are heavily capped, they're just a bonus on top of what you get from actually playing the game. And I'd completely agree. It doesn't matter how many Soul Urda boosters you buy, if you're not actively farming, you'll die before you max your Hexa Matrix. And the chance of hitting a boss line in the 20 familiar rerolls you get from spending $100 on the Rock Spirits' Golden giveaway is less than 10%. Like I said, this is a free-to-play MMORPG. A reasonable amount of capped pay-to-win mechanics is as fair as it's going to get. But at the same time, even if we're not tumbling down it yet, if you can't recognize that we're slowly being nudged down the same slippery slope of pay to win that had a large hand in getting interactive to where it is today, if you can't recognize that Nexon's only been able to continue pushing the envelope with this stuff because people keep buying it, then I think you're a fucking idiot. You have to understand, this isn't the ocean, okay? It's a video game. If the krill don't like it, they'll just leave. That's exactly what happened with Interactive, and it's exactly what'll happen with Heroic if the game keeps going in this direction. The only difference now is there isn't a super heroic server for people to move to, and so people are just going to quit. And the reason I bring all this up is because Inkwell hasn't done anything to make this any less of a concern. On the contrary, under his leadership, things have only gone further in that direction. The 20 mystical cards and 200 fragments you got from the last week of premium rewards from the Rock Spirits' golden giveaway. Oh, by the way, they also gave you fragments on top of the familiar rerolls. Yeah, that was a GMS exclusive change. To be quite frank, I really like MapleStory, okay? I really do. And for that reason, I really don't want history to repeat itself. But at the same time, I don't have some sort of intellectually deranged attachment to this game either, okay? I've put upwards of 1,000 hours into Maple since the summer of 2020 and countless more in the years prior, yet I'm still willing to put it all on the line and say, if this is the path Heroic has to go down to continue to exist, then I think it doesn't deserve to exist at all. If Nexon's long-term plan is to slowly add more and more egregious pay-to-win mechanics to the server, then I'd say they should just rip the band-aid off. Take Heroic out to the back, normalize it like they did with every other reboot server, eat the 30 to 40% loss to the GMS population, and move on. Remember the 3 things I really like about this game I mentioned earlier? Following the story, fighting bosses, and booming items? Well, none of those are my favorite thing about MapleStory. I'm not playing for some arbitrary sense of achievement or to watch some meaningless number go up. I hold this game so close to my heart because of the countless precious memories I've made playing it with the people in my life who are important to me. Memories that I'll carry in my heart till I draw my last breath. That's not gonna change even if I quit because they turn Heroic into a game I don't like. Hell, that wouldn't even change if GMS shut down. There will be other games me and my friends want to play in future, and if their developers see that GMS lost all its players and went under due to rampant pay-to-win garbage devaluing playing the game, then perhaps they'll refrain from making the same mistakes. However, I don't want Heroic to be gutted or GMS to shut down either. I want Nexon to make the game better for everyone. And I feel the need to specify that last part because, well, given my complaints surrounding surprise-style boxes in Heroic, you may be wondering why not play Interactive, where you can directly trade with other players for cash items, effectively creating a Steam marketplace for any cosmetic you'd want. And for those of you who've gone one step ahead of that and thought, oh, it's because he doesn't want to play in a server with lots of uncapped pay-to-win mechanics, he believes devalues playing the game. Close, but not quite. As I said earlier while discussing the Clover Guild, I don't really care about pay to win. Though I should clarify, that does not mean the existence of such mechanics doesn't negatively affect my perception of or experience with games. It absolutely still does, just in a way that I suspect is rather unique. Yes, I don't like interactive. However, my distaste for the server actually has very little to do with it being heavily pay to win. I simply do not like the core systems upon which interactive is built as a game. I enormously prefer acquiring or making gear on my own, and would so much rather upgrade it myself. I find player-driven markets to be inherently dysfunctional and do not like interacting with them, and in general, I don't like or care about player trading. The primary appeal of MapleStory's social aspect for me has always been party play content, chatting with strangers, and the sense of collective experience, all of which function just fine in Heroic, and in some cases, even better. For example, Interactive doesn't have instance maps in Continental Grandis because they break frenzy service. Whereas in Heroic, I've had numerous fun little conversations with random people while we were farming the same map. In fact, shout out Neat Jogger, level 285 Nightwalker from Broke. This guy saw me doing actual rotations in Eastern City Ramparts in Battle 6 and immediately typed, WTF, a DS not TP farming? To which I responded, I'm not a fraud! He then said, holy, I'm a fraud! And then began bite farming. Oh, and if you're out there watching this, sorry I didn't respond to your message about how you've never seen a DS not TP farming. I didn't see it at the time. And if you're wondering why, it's because I already find mobbing to be unbelievably boring. I'm not going to farm in a way that makes it even more mind-numbing. But yeah, before I left, I wished him luck on the upcoming 5-10-15, and he said I'd 21. I didn't, but these are the types of interactions I like to have. A lot of the things people tout as the primary draws of interactive simply do not appeal to me, okay? I don't want to buy gear off the auction house. I want to beat a boss into the dirt, tear off its claws, carve out its bones, rip off its scales, stitch it all together into a badass new weapon, and use it to repeat the process with the next boss. That's what I find fun. The reason I like Heroic is because it hones in entirely on that experience. It cuts out a bunch of the things I don't care about, gives me a couple bonuses to compensate, and just lets me focus on the joys of character progression. Now, ever since Nexon took the nuclear option with Korean Reboot, I've seen more than a few people suggest the long-term strategy for GMS will likely be to slowly siphon players back to interactive by improving the server while neglecting Heroic. And while I actually don't disagree with this assessment, I do have a problem with presenting interactive versus Heroic as some sort of binary choice where if they improve interactive enough, everyone will switch over eventually. And in general, I see a lot of interactive players talking about Heroic in a way that shows a complete lack of understanding for the server and what its appeal is. Though, to be fair, I've also seen a lot of Heroic players who do not understand interactive either. If you think that applies to anything I've said, once again, feel free to call me a dumbass in the comments. But this isn't and was never a choice between me spending 1,000 hours on Heroic or 1,000 hours on interactive. It was a choice between me spending 1,000 hours on Heroic or playing any other game in the entire world. Because on a fundamental mechanical level, I don't like interactive. In fact, in a lot of ways, I don't even like MMOs. Now, that might have you wondering, what the hell are you doing playing MapleStory then? But you have to understand, the process of character progression in Heroic has more in common with Monster Hunter than interactive. The appeal of Heroic isn't for the people who want to grind 8 hours a day. The appeal of Heroic is for the people who want to play a game. You want to know why I don't like interactive? It's because it hasn't felt like a game to me in years, okay? Instead, it's felt like a reskin of real life. The amount of people I've seen trying to cross-reference how much time you'd have to spend playing Heroic and how much you'd have to make it your job and spend in interactive to reach comparative levels of strength is insane to me. Why the fuck are you trying to compare time spent playing MapleStory, a video game, to working? Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because clearly, in your mind, this is no longer a game, it's a second job. And personally, when I get done with my work for the day, I don't want to clock into a second job. I don't want to deal with corporate monopolies. I don't want to navigate potential financial scammers. And I don't want to trawl through an artificial stock market. I want to play a game, okay? I want to go for a nice, relaxing walk on Nexon's treadmill while listening to Patrick Boyle talk about EVs. I know I've referred to several aspects of MapleStory as work thus far, but that was just the best way for me to emphasize the journey over destination nature of this game. If I genuinely felt my experience with modern MapleStory was comparable to actual work, then you wouldn't be watching a video about MapleStory. Instead, you'd be watching a video about Iceborne or Shadow of the Erd Tree, because I'm not wasting my time on a game that makes me feel that way. Seriously. Why would I ever spend my time farming day traders on the auction house when I can go do the same thing with tech stocks in real life? Oh, because I can RMT the misos I get to put some actual cash in my bank account? Yeah, nice game, bro. Like, how many times have you seen people say something along the lines of, well, you can spend thousands of dollars upgrading your gear in interactive, but you'll make most of that back reselling it when you quit. All gear progression in heroic is effectively lost financial value. Oh, so it's not even just a second job for you anymore. It's a financial portfolio now too? You're gonna put your arcane number on the blockchain next? Yeah. Nice game, bro. If you view Maple and the core systems upon which it is built not as something you engage with to relax and have fun, but instead as a series of inconveniences you need to dedicate a chunk of your paycheck towards skipping, if at any point while playing this game you begin to ponder the time value conversion it has relative to work, I think you need to reevaluate the way you engage with MapleStory and whether or not you actually like it. When the Clover Guild event went live back in Ignition, the reason I didn't buy any tools or pouches isn't that I went, well, I make less than 85 cents an hour, therefore it is more time efficient to just farm. I didn't buy it because I thought it was fucking stupid. Why would I ever pay to skip content if I'm having fun? Well, what if you're not having fun? I'll go play something else. That's what. Well, why did you spend that money on Genshin Impact then? Where do you think this mentality came from? Which game do you think it was that made me realize just how stupid all this shit is? The only reason I felt like spending that money for those extra pulls to begin with is because the game was balanced in a way to manipulate me into feeling that way. If you're gonna go out of your way to make playing your game insufferably slow or arduously inconvenient for anyone who doesn't want to swipe their credit card, then why can't you just charge me a box price for the game? Why can't you just make me pay a monthly subscription? In fact, thermonuclear take number 3, that's how I think Reboot should have been structured since the very beginning. No pay to win in any form, you can earn everything through in-game methods in a reasonable amount of time, and you have to pay $15 to $20 a month to access the server. I find paying for primogems and pay to win mechanics in general to be a fundamentally dishonest transaction, and I'm so glad I spent those 50 USD buying them because it's given me the wisdom and clarity to cut through the fog and recognize these systems for exactly what they are, as it's allowed me to enjoy games so much more. Let's be real here. $34 for 17 pouches, $25 for a tool. That's less than I spend on groceries. Clovers, and all the other pay-to-win mechanics that have ever existed in Heroic, for that matter, are not asking for what I believe to be an absurd amount of money. Okay, you remember this book I was flipping through earlier? This is the artwork of Baldur's Gate 3, a beautifully debossed art book featuring vibrant, glossy pages with a lovely gold trim. This came as a part of my Baldur's Gate 3 Collector's Edition, which, among other things, also included a cloth map, an oversized solid metal D20, a tadpole keychain, my first ever anime figurine, and a certificate stating my edition number, the cost of which, including shipping, taxes, and customs, came to 467 Canadian dollars. And that's after I already paid 90 with this monopoly-ass currency I own to get the game in early access. I have no problem spending way more money than is necessary on games, even for things that a lot of people would probably consider quite stupid. And I mean, it's not as if I've ever actually sat down and read this thing, but that doesn't matter to me because ultimately I'm very happy with my purchase and I enjoy buying things like this. Same goes for the Blue Archive First Anniversary OST package, a sentiment which does not carry over to any of the pay-to-win mechanics I've ever encountered and purchased. Point being, I don't dislike pay-to-win mechanics because they devalue playing the game. I dislike pay-to-win mechanics because paying for them makes me feel like a fucking moron. I feel like I'm reaching through the screen with the hand of God to alter reality using a resource that exists entirely beyond the confines of the game. And that fundamentally breaks any and all immersion I have in what I'm doing. Buying shit like this makes the game less fun for me, and I cannot stand the way so many games have been designed to incentivize their purchase. Now, if you don't see it that way, if you understand this transaction for what it is and can still say, still having fun, then that's great. I don't want you to think for a single second I'm trying to take that away from you. And I'm not going to pretend stuff like the VAC Pet subscription service isn't built upon very similar principles. However, I'm simply not interested. That sort of design philosophy is one of the biggest reasons I do not like traditional MMOs as a whole, and I really don't want any more of these sorts of mechanics leaking into Heroic, because for the type of person who'd want the type of experience it offers, right now, the server is great. People will complain and complain and complain about being stuck in Cernium if they want to farm familiars, the inconsistency of the node supply, the lack of access to droplets for buying arcanes, or how progression slows to a crawl once you enter the 22-star pitched waiting room. But that's just because there's pretty much nothing else worth complaining about. Sure, the current state of familiar farming and node zone availability is annoying, but also really isn't that big of a deal. Yes, you're not going to have a lot of droplets for arcanes, but if you have full 17-star 2-line gear with your 6th job unlocked, that's more than enough to contribute to Age-Boosted parties for boxes. And if you really need that extra strength as soon as possible, 19-starring your Absolab using spares from H-Dotus is not very expensive. Being gated by 22-star pitched in Eternals is only a problem for 1% of the server's population. It takes 1,000+ hours to get there, and isn't even a problem exclusive to Heroic. The only difference is the form it takes and how fast you get there. The problem isn't that you're stuck in pitched waiting room, it's that you're approaching the power ceiling of the server, so there's basically nothing left to do. You'll find yourself in the exact same situation in Interactive if you play enough or pay enough. It's just that Interactive has a much higher ceiling and a much slower mid to late game to incentivize swiping your credit card, so the amount of effort required to hit it without spending inordinate amounts of money is inordinately higher. Of course, this does offer the advantage that if you either grind for a couple dozen hours or spend that inordinate amount of money, you can guarantee that endgame progression, whereas in Heroic you're completely RNG gated. But again, personally, I'd prefer to just do something else while waiting for them to power creep it, whether it be working on other characters or just playing a different game. But despite my rather obvious disdain for the server, I still think the people on Interactive who want to play a traditional MMO deserve a high quality experience as well. Like I said, people love to pretend Interactive versus Heroic is some sort of zero-sum game where they're competing over a limited pool of players, which, sure, there are definitely people out there who just want to play MapleStory and don't particularly care what form that takes, but there are also people who just don't like Heroic because it's barely an MMORPG, and vice versa with Interactive for people like me. I honestly can't help but think this whole Interactive versus Heroic argument really just boils down to basic human tribalism. After all, one of the most effective ways for someone to validate their own choices is to put down and criticize someone else's. And to be fair, while it wasn't my intention to do so, everything I've said about why I don't like Interactive has absolutely played into that. Ultimately though, the way I see it, Interactive and Heroic aren't competing with each other any more than Kronos versus Hyperion or Scania versus Bara. The money we spend on this game is all going to the same company, okay? It's all fueling the development of the same game. It's just that GMS offers two very different ways to experience its content. Oh, but that means the money coming into GMS has to be split between maintaining both experiences. Yes, that's true, but if they weren't going through the effort to do so, then a lot of that money wouldn't be coming in at all. Let me fill you in on a little secret. This entire video, I've been going on and on about how I've never spent a cent on MapleStory. And I've been lying. Because when Nexon rolled out these Explorer outfit boxes back in August, I dropped 99kx on the 15-pack immediately. I even have a clip of it.
It's been a long journey, MVP nothing.
Oh no.
I had a lot of fun, but fortunately, it's time to say goodbye.
If Inkwell didn't block these changes from coming to GMS, if Heroic got axed the same way Korean Reboot did, then I genuinely would have gone my entire decade-plus MapleStory career without spending a cent on the game because I never would have come back. Those $100 would have instead gone towards buying 4 copies of Core Keeper, or Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak, or pre-ordering Wilds. The enormous differences in gameplay experience provided by Interactive and Heroic allow the game to appeal to way more people than it otherwise would, even people who don't really like MMOs. And I think both of these groups should be able to enjoy the version of the game they like most. I'd bet a lot of the people who've moved to Heroic over the years don't even prefer what the server offers, okay? There are a lot of people who want those traditional MMO elements and don't mind Interactive being pay to win. They just recognize that these MISO market rates are atrocious. They just don't like that the Spanish Mafia owns half of Barra, and they just don't want to get scammed while paying for cube service. If these issues were addressed, I think a lot of people would be happy to move back to Interactive, and that's completely fine. As Inkwell said, taking a selective one or the other approach with Heroic and Interactive isn't the right move, because realistically, if GMS is going to make it long term, both servers need to provide a high quality of service for the people who would enjoy them. Or, in other words, it's about offering a balanced experience both types of players can enjoy. Once again, I really don't like Interactive, but I'm not one of those people who just brushes off their achievements either. Like I said earlier, I'd bet a lot of the people who used to wail out in Reg server just to show off have long switched to Reboot because that's where the krill are. Anyone still soldiering on in Interactive nowadays is doing so for the love of the game, okay, or Stockholm Syndrome. They're doing it because they're a chronic henny-ho, or have a crippling addiction to the dopamine rush of sniping a crazy deal off the auction house, or just want to pour everything they have into the game to try and achieve something incredible. Realistically, what's the difference between Barra players spending thousands of hours and dollars to clear X Kalos and me doing the same thing to make these videos? What? I can get paid for it? Yeah, like 85 cents an hour where I'm at. Whereas if someone in Barra hits a 22-star Eternal, that's like 1.2k in their pocket through RMT. At the end of the day, we're just spending our time and money doing the things we enjoy and are passionate about. That's something I'll always be able to respect. However, in return for that, what I'd like to see is a little more respect for the people in Heroic who want to play to progress rather than pay to progress. Because here's something to consider. Let's say you're an Interactive player hanging out in Cernium and you see 2 interesting looking individuals, a level 260 and a level 290, both with full 22-star Eternals. Which of these 2 are you going to find more impressive? Are you going to go, wow, full 22 Eternals at 260? This guy must be a god. No, right? You're gonna find the level 290 far more impressive. Why is that? Well, if you look at some of the most well-respected achievements in Interactive, you'll notice they're pretty much all level or boss related. Because even if Frenzy does enormously speed things up, you can't buy 10k Legion, nor can you buy level 300. And while you can buy 22-star Eternals, you can't buy the incredible amount of mechanical skill and team coordination required to clear X Kalos. If it came out that Sacrix spent thousands of dollars paying a fleet of people to level his 250s for him, I can guarantee you all respect for his achievement would vanish. And I say this because Sacrix wasn't the first person to hit 10k in GMS. I know, from how much it was hyped up, you'd certainly think he was, but no. someone else beat him to it by nearly 9 months. Of course, Sacrix was never really racing with anyone, he genuinely just played that much. But regardless, I'd never even heard of this person hitting 10K prior to researching for this video. And overall, people didn't really seem to care very much. However, upon further investigation, it turns out they were highly suspected to have done it through questionable means. It's almost as if what we respect isn't the achievement itself, but rather the commitment and dedication the achievement represents, because people can compare themselves and their own experiences to judge how much effort it required. Remember what I said 3 hours ago about how doing something solely to impress others is pathetic because it means you don't actually care about what you're doing? That's why you'd find the 290 so much more respectable than the 260. If someone can financially justify dropping 5K on full 22 Eternals when they've just barely gotten into the meat of the game, then clearly that money doesn't mean anything to them, okay? Them spending it doesn't show any commitment. And again, for the 8th time, yes, you can go, oh, stop comparing yourself to others. This is about your journey. Why is someone else's progression so important to you? Okay, you can do that all you like. In a lot of cases, I'd even say you're right to do so, and there's a lot of people who would agree with you. But there's also a lot of people who wouldn't, and personally, I think the numbers speak for themselves. That's why I'd like to see a little more respect for the heroic mentality, because otherwise, well, as I said, you reap what you sow. Of course, the question that inevitably comes up in response to this is, oh, but Nexon's a business. How can a free-to-play, live service multiplayer game possibly hope to survive without being pay to win? Cosmetics! Okay, this is something I touched on earlier, but why is the cash shop so bad? How is Nexon, of all companies, not looking at Riot Games raking in cash hand over fist selling skins in League and Valorant and going, oh, I want a piece of that pie? Like, seriously, how are they not farming the boss meal meta even more than we are? There are people out there with 10 plus characters they play every week, all of whom they will want to dress up. If the Damien coat was available as a direct purchase item in the cash shop for $10 to $20, I'd buy it frame one, probably multiple times. But no, it hasn't been available in 5 years, and if it ever came back, I'd have to gamble for a 1.03% chance of getting it from a no-pity loot box at $3 a spin. The two main reasons I historically never spent a cent on MapleStory are that I thought the game didn't deserve it, and the items they put in the cash shop weren't valuable to me. While my stance on the first point has largely shifted, my stance on the second largely has not. To be honest, I actually really like this game. I've been having tons of fun playing it and would love to financially support it more. But at the same time, I feel like I'd have to give up a part of what makes me human to start buying royals when you can't even choose which hairstyle you get. Given the prevalence of boss meals in Heroic, I truly believe the best path forward for the server is to monetize cosmetics. They just need to offer a better catalog you don't always have to gamble for. Even beyond what I said about how buying stuff like clover pouches makes me feel like a dumbass, I've always been a proponent of vote with your wallet. I know Nexon well enough to say if we continue financially rewarding them for implementing pay-to-win mechanics in Heroic, they'll add more and they'll make them worse. And you know what? Perhaps that's an unfair thing to say. Perhaps they do understand the nuance of capped versus uncapped pay to win and know not to cross that line in Heroic, but personally, I don't trust them. At all. And like I said, I'd rather history doesn't repeat itself. That's why I happily bought those Explorer outfits, and if we get these Cygnus Knight Captain and Hero outfit packages, I'm buying a whole bunch of them too. But I'm not buying this stupid ass battle pass, and I'm not buying the fucking Soul Urda booster. So yeah, let's not be delusional here. A lot of these localization 3.0 changes have been great for the game. Heroic's the best it's ever been, and even Interactive's looking up nowadays, slow as a lot of the improvements may be. But at the same time, everything I said about the slippery slope of pay to win that helped drive so many people from Interactive to begin with, I'm not gonna pretend all this isn't the continuation of a very worrying trend, especially since we'll be able to not just skip, but multiply Epic Dungeon rewards with Maple points in a few months. Plus, it's hard to say how many of these changes were the result of actual foresight and a player-friendly mentality, rather than them seeing the 80% population collapse in Korean Reboot following the changes they ultimately didn't bring to GMS. Now, personally, well, with the most recent note from Inkwell, we received a cosmetic called Zacham's Arms. And not long after, this post was made to the MapleStory subreddit, on which No Morning 9374 commented, "Can you elaborate a bit more here?" Chimichurro responds, "I'm guessing since I don't speak Korean, but I imagine angry KMS players saw Reboot as something to be killed like Zacham's Arms. They targeted one thing at a time until it was completely gone. Inkwell giving us a Zachem Arm cosmetic is symbolic of his promise to maintain Reboot in GMS." So, perhaps Inkwell genuinely does believe in the vision he's been spouting for GMS. Or perhaps he's just a genius businessman who knows exactly how to manipulate his audience. It's honestly hard to say, but at the end of the day, I think cautious optimism is the way. Though, to be perfectly blunt, playing in Heroic nowadays really does feel like you're living in a castle built on pillars of sand, and a lot of the people in charge of maintaining it do not seem interested in turning that sand into concrete. Personally, I would not be surprised in the slightest if it turns out Nexon's long-term strategy regarding Heroic is to slowly improve Interactive until the population shifts to the point that they can get away with normalizing us as well. Regardless though, so long as I'm having fun, I'll keep playing, and the moment I'm not, I'll stop. If the time ever comes for GMS Heroic to walk through heaven's door just like every other Reboot server, then I suppose that's when I'll truly bid farewell to the game. Until the next major update, of course. But yeah, there you go. That's why I quit MapleStory and why I'm playing again, with just a couple tangents along the way. I hope I was able to give you an entertaining explanation at the very least, but before I bring things to a close, would you mind giving me just another minute of your time? There's something I want to complain about. When me and my friends were running Black Mage last month, our Merc DC'd quite literally as we were doing the last 0.2% of the boss's health.
I DC'd.
Bro,
Oh.
try reconnecting.
This counted as a clear, so he sent a ticket to support asking if he could get his Black Mage Remnant for the Genesis Weapon questline. The response he got went as follows. "Hello! Thanks for your patience. Unfortunately, player support is unable to provide unlooted boss rewards, which includes the Black Mage Remnant. As such, it will be necessary to defeat the Black Mage again to receive the Remnant and proceed to the next step in the Genesis Weapon quest. Please note, the Black Mage Remnant will only drop if a character has the appropriate quest in progress when the Black Mage is defeated, so we recommend double checking the Genesis Weapon quest before entering the fight. We also recommend carefully looting all available items in the Genesis Crux room, especially items in the corners of the map that may stack and cover each other. Or, in other words, they clearly didn't even bother reading the ticket and watching the attached clip, and so he's gotta wait a whole ass extra month to liberate, so, fuck you, GM! Justice for Sherry's Fleur! But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I hope you enjoyed your double WAP, and as always, I'll see you in the next one. Probably not making another video like this for a while, though. I cut so many corners while editing, and nearly a quarter of the original script, and it's probably still gonna be late. By the way, if you're wondering about the light, I'm pretty sure the issue was a result of me accidentally knocking it over a little while back, because I bought them in a pair and the other one doesn't seem to have any such problem. Regardless though, I took off the plastic cap so heat isn't able to pool inside it, I stopped running it at max brightness, and just to be safe, I bought a much higher quality replacement.
Oh, it's Neo.
It's a cat.
Oh,
It's a cat, yo.
it makes that effect. What the heck?
Wow, yo, it glows up. Oh, that's gay, gay.
개선사항들은